Chapter 391. The moonlight shone through the window, which was only sealed with a few wooden strips. The image of the mercenary in his 30s was reflected in Thales's eyes. His beard was unkempt, his gaze was indifferent, his posture was relaxed, and there was a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his lips. His leather armor was fastened to his upper body, and he did not take it off even when he slept. It was mottled, and it looked like it had been weathered by the years of running around with its owner. Tied to the leather armor were all sorts of tools that mercenaries carried with them. Knives, scissors, bandages, hemostatic powder, ropes, flint, and tinder. How did he survive all these years? From a prince to... Thales looked at him quietly, at the man who looked like he had experienced a lot and had a tough face. So it's really you? Your Highness Mariah? He asked faintly. Silence. Still silence. The man in front of him did not move. It was as if this was just a dream. With his hell's senses the dust-covered, simple house appeared deserted and silent. Only quick ropes breathing, which came from the other side of the wall, reminded Thales that everything in front of him was really happening. Although I heard from Archduke Pomfret a long time ago, I should say the former Archduke Pomfret, that you wanted to be a mercenary, Thales said quietly. But I really did not expect. Dean cut him off. Mariah Walton. The bald mercenary's expression did not change. He shook his head gently. This name has not appeared for a long time. Since 6 years ago, its owner died in an assassination attempt. Why are you so obsessed with a dead man? Thales took a deep breath. The Black Track, the prince said softly. How does it feel there? What? Dean furrowed his eyebrows. Thales smiled. The especially urgent experience of escaping from Shield District in Dragon Cloud City appeared before his eyes. The wheelchair veteran who did not speak his mind, the profound old crow, the careless Taylor Sykes, and the sneaky coachman Kevin. It made him feel sentimental. When I was still in Dragon Cloud City, I heard from Gleeward's idle chatter that 6 years ago, they also received a business to bring people through the Black Track. The employer was very generous. 300 gold coins as a reward. Dean's expression slowly became solemn. 300. This is not a small number. Thales sighed and said, just for a trip out of Dragon Cloud City. Dean said nothing. But here comes the problem. Thales continued in the dark house. A person who can take out 300 gold coins in the blink of an eye must be someone with power, influence, and wealth. There aren't many people like that in Dragon Cloud City, but I can count a few of them. Camus merchants, bureaucrats and nobles from Axe District or Spear District, suzerains with rich fiefs, and even the former disciplinary officer, Vlad, who monopolized the black market. But for such a person, no matter who he offended in Dragon Cloud City, there must be many ways for him to leave the city to seek refuge. Why must he choose the most expensive, difficult, farthest and most troublesome one? Thales stared at Dean intently. In the darkness, he could sense that Dean's breathing had started to rise and fall. Unless... Thales took a deep breath. Unless this person provoked and faced that supreme force of power in Dragon Cloud City. Dean slowly lowered his legs from the bed and stared at Thales with a solemn expression. In the face of King Nuven's pursuit, and the eyes and ears of the entire city, all his power and influence were insignificant. All his channels could not be used. He could only go to the area where the commoners and the poor gathered to look for the local bully, the stubborn and boorish lame veteran, who was known to dislike King Nuven. He left the city through a secret passage that ordinary people could not even imagine. Thales' gaze became sharper as he stared at Dean. And 6 years ago, who exactly was the person with such extraordinary status that the entire Dragon Cloud City was pursuing him with all its might? The corners of Dean's lips curled up into a faint arc. The Black Track, Gleeward. The mercenary mulled over these words. I see. So, you also escaped from that old soldier's channel? He stared back at Thales. You also used the entire Western front line, or perhaps the entire military force of Western Desert Hill, to enter the Great Desert to cooperate with you? Thales did not answer him. The prince's expression at that moment was especially difficult to understand. So you have been hiding in this mercenary team all this while? You put down everything, abandoned everything, including your father, your bloodline, you're to come here and become an ordinary mercenary? Why? At that moment, when Thales stared into Dean's eyes, what appeared before his eyes was King Chapman in the carriage. Walking away is not escaping. Being weak and running away is not freedom either. But he will. After we find him. Dean was silent for a few seconds. I do what I do best, that's all. Dean sneered and shook his head. Just like you. Thales exhaled heavily and frowned. Mariah, do you understand your current situation? Mariah is already dead. This is what I know. Dean coldly rejected him. And no matter who tells you that he is not dead. Thales raised his voice and interrupted him. If Mariah is dead, then there will not be so much trouble. The prince said solemnly. But if he is still alive, even if it is only for one day, he will still be King Nuvan's descendant, the first heir of Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family. His existence, and even his possible return, will be a powerful challenge to the ownership of Dragon Cloud City. Do you know what this means? The mercenary's chest began to rise and fall. He lowered his head and said faintly, let me guess, someone does not like this fact, and does not like the meaning behind it, right? Thales chuckled softly. Dean raised his head. His gaze was clear. Then, is it the new Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? I heard that you have a good relationship with her. Thales' gaze froze. Or is it Leespan, who is actually in power? Dean gritted his teeth and said coldly, or perhaps, it is the new king who hates the Walton family to the core? Thales sighed slowly. Perhaps it is all of them, the teenager said seriously. Your niece, Saroma Alex Walton, her position will be in jeopardy because of your existence, and your cousin, Chapman Lampard, does not wish to see a strong and powerful male heir take over Dragon Cloud City. You are a threat. Dean froze. So, it is true that someone knows that Mariah is still alive, the mercenary said slowly. You, Thales Jadestar, no matter who you work with, are here to kill me or capture me to eliminate the threat. Everything around them seemed to have frozen. In the darkness, there were only two pairs of equally sharp eyes, one green and the other gray, staring at each other in silence. Dean's gaze was slightly lighter than King Nuvan's in Thales' memories. It lacked that inexplicable pressure, but it carried a strange meaning, like an owl hiding in the darkness. Thales could not help but frown. That's right. Once I kill you, all the hidden dangers will disappear, Thales said softly. By capturing you, I will obtain an excellent chess piece as a bargaining chip when I fight against Extet in the future. The temperature between them seemed to have dropped below freezing point in an instant. Then Dean spoke slowly. Then what are you waiting for? A rarely seen stern expression appeared on the mercenary's face. His palm touched the handle of his axe. You have the entire camp to back you up. Your Highness. The dead silence in the room reached a new stage. Even through Thales' hell's senses, Quick Rope, who was sleeping soundly next door, seemed to have slowed down. But the dead silence only lasted for a few seconds. In the dark room, Thales closed his eyes and sighed softly. He slowly retreated until his back was against the wall. The sheath JC pressed against his lower back. Thales gritted his teeth quietly. No. He spoke with difficulty. But the moment he spoke, Thales felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. No matter why you left, and no matter why you came back, Mariah. The Prince of Constellation quietly opened his eyes. Go. The bald mercenary, Mariah, was slightly stunned. Go, Mariah. Disappear from our sight, and never come back. Thales said flatly. Mariah stared at him for a long time. His gaze was frozen, and he did not say a word. After a long while, the mercenary from Northland slowly lowered his head. Why? His voice became very deep and hoarse. When it rang out in the darkness, Thales could not help but think of the former Archduke of Black Sand region, the Chapman Lampard who had not yet become the King of Extet, but had already experienced many things. A few days ago, you had the chance to return to the army loyal to you and order them to arrest me, but you did not. You had the chance to attack just now, but you turned around and left. Mariah enunciated each word clearly. Now you have the chance to capture me, but you let me go? Why? His voice became urgent. Thales leaned against the wall and slowly withdrew from the rather uncomfortable hell's senses. He snorted softly. Maybe because you saved my life? Thales curled up the corners of his mouth. There was a slight melancholy in his heart. And I know how to repay favors. Mariah shook his head slowly. Don't make me laugh. He raised his gaze and stared straight at Thales. In the Game of Thrones, the favor of saving one's life is insignificant. You must have another reason. Definitely. Thales frowned and froze. Why? The teenager quietly said. Why do you care so much? Mariah raised his eyebrows. His expression was rather cold under the moonlight. Since you left without a care for anything 6 years ago and abandoned all of Dragon Cloud City, Thales continued. Why do you care about my reason 6 years later? Mariah was silent for a while. Left without a care for anything, was it? He smiled a little dazed. Do all those who know that Mariah is still alive think of him like this? It's really sad, Mariah muttered. Thales did not speak immediately. He observed the former Prince of Extet's expression and reaction. But Mariah immediately shifted his gaze back to Thales. But you still haven't explained why you let me go. Thales pursed his lips. This man. 6 years ago, I went to Extet because of your death, Mariah. I know everything about you. He sighed softly. I know that you learned martial arts from Nicholas and observed King Nuvan's methods in Heroic Spirit Palace. I know that you were friends with the former Concret Pofret. I also know that you are tired of political struggles and have dreamed of becoming a mercenary since you were young. Once he said this, Mariah's face was expressionless. But Thales felt inexplicably uneasy. But the arrow was already nocked, and it had to be fired. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and continued. I even know that you have a lover of low status, who might be a prostitute. I also know that King Nuvan was extremely dissatisfied with her, and you had a huge fight because of it. Right before you went south as planned. Mariah raised his eyebrows. But I didn't ask you why you abandoned your status as a prince and ran away from home. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Why do you have to ask me why I let you go? I just left, Thales said in a low voice. Isn't it good to live freely outside? Mariah did not speak for a long time. The way he looked at Thales made the latter feel rather uncomfortable. My identity was exposed. Finally, the bald mercenary with an extraordinary background slowly opened his lips and said, And someone knows that Mariah is still alive. So I want to know why you are chasing after me. If you are really that Archduchess friend, then you have no reason to let me go, unless this is your next trap. His gaze was burning, and he was very vigilant. A hint of uneasiness surged in his heart. Thales frowned and sighed again. The prince who has been wandering alone for 6 years. Because of Lampard. Thales finally made up his mind. He nodded and said, If I kill you, Lampard will have one less problem. He can continue his rule without fear. But I don't want him to live too peacefully. We are enemies. Thales stared at Mariah. Letting him know that you are still alive will help make that conceited kinslayer king restrain himself a little. Maintain his wariness and propriety. It will also help keep his evil claws away from Dragon Cloud City. As you said, Saroma is my friend. That's it. Is that enough? Mariah's gaze changed. He lowered his head. As if he had understood something, he nodded slowly. So it's Lampard, our dear new king. He is the one who knows that Mariah is still here. Mariah seemed to be deep in thought. And he told you, hoping that you can help him enter deep into Constellation's territory, and completely eliminate me. This can explain a lot of things. And where did he find out? Thales frowned again. That's not important anymore. A hint of impatience rose in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Now go. Disappear. Before I change my mind. In the next second, Mariah suddenly raised his head. What about you, Your Highness? Mariah's expression was very serious. His eyes shone brightly. After you let me go, you will return to the garrison officer in the camp, find your army and warriors, and even find the secret intelligence department, he asked tentatively, and come to catch me? Thales sighed helplessly in his heart. Why is this guy so talkative? He's also paranoid. I really shouldn't have become a mercenary. I'm suitable to be a spy. The teenager had no choice but to say with a straight face, I told you that I will let you go, so I will let you go. Forget Blade Fang's camp. Even the Secret Intelligence Department will not know of your existence. Thales took a step forward and walked in front of Mariah. In the most serious tone he said, "And I will keep my promise, Thales Jadestar's promise, the second Prince of Constellation's promise. You are the son of the late King Nuvan, and also a Northlander. You know how much weight these words carry to us." Mariah stared at him for a long time. He shook his head and said slowly, "So you will still go to them and return to Constellation's embrace?" Thales frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Mariah raised his head and smiled under the moonlight. "I find that you are very different, Thales. Especially when compared to others," he said softly, "very different." Thales was stunned. Mariah narrowed his eyes. "For example, compared to your reputation, you are very naive and very self-righteous." Thales was stunned. But in the next moment, Mariah put his legs down from the bed and stood up. "All right, I'm leaving. No matter what, Your Highness." He lowered his head to look at Thales and extended his palm. "Thank you." The two princes stared at each other. For a very long time. Mariah's gaze was shrewd and smiling. Thales' gaze was solemn and serious. In the end, Thales curled up the corners of his lips. The teenager raised his eyebrows and nodded. He also extended his palm and held Mariah's hand. "No, we are even now." Thales accepted the other's thanks and sighed. "You saved me in the desert." But in the next moment, bang. Thales felt pain in his arm and fell towards the bed. The sin of Hell's River sensed danger. Thales, who was considered to have been through hundreds of battles, gritted his teeth in shock. He instantly entered Hell's senses. He felt Mariah's footsteps flicker. He had already grabbed his right arm and arrived behind the prince. By the looks of it, he wanted to completely pin Thales' hand behind his back and force Thales to kneel on the bed. The extremely shocked and furious Thales summoned the sin of Hell's River. His right arm withstood Mariah's strength and shook off his grip. Bang. Thales' back hit the bed violently. The prince hastily extended his hand and wanted to pull out JC. But Mariah was faster than him. At some point in time, a small knife appeared in Mariah's left hand and was pressed against Thales' throat. "If you move a finger, Your Highness." Mariah's expression was cold and terrifying at that moment. He pressed Thales against the bed, increased the strength of his grip, and threatened coldly, "Your blood will be like that of those orcs. Irrigate the earth." Chapter 392. Before he pushed open the door to Dean's room, Thales had thought of many possible scenarios. The current situation was one of them. The suspicious and ruthless mercenary prince showed an uncooperative attitude, treated him as an enemy, and kept his guard up against Thales. But the prince's reaction was a little too much. "You didn't have to do this." Thales stared at Mariah and felt the faint prickling pain in his neck. In shock and bewilderment, he raised his hands and gestured to his opponent. He calmed his breathing and suppressed the surging sin of Hell's River. He suppressed the thought of fighting back with everything he had. "I said that I would keep my promise and let you go. No one will target you and you won't be in trouble." "You said?" Mariah's voice sounded a little strange. It was calm and cold. "This doesn't sound like a strong guarantee." Mariah did not completely suppress him, but the knife in his hand accurately and skillfully stuck to his artery. Thales could even clearly feel the surge of blood in his neck. "Damn it." The Prince of Constellation tried his best to remain calm. The luggage on his back was pushed against the bed, and it hurt his back. But the former Prince of Extet's paranoia and vigilance made him extremely uneasy. It was as if Mariah had changed into another person. It was as if the former mercenary Dean, who had a cheerful smile and an easygoing personality, had died, and the one who came back to life in him was another cold-blooded and cruel person. Thales even felt a little regretful. Perhaps he should have gone to the army in the first place. Even if he did not have to deal with those annoying officers in the Great Desert, he could at least go to the Constellation army in the camp, and then come here safely to face Mariah, who might be there. But Thales shook his head in his heart and chased this thought out of his mind. "No, I can't." "What other guarantee do you want, Mariah?" "My life? If I really wanted to deal with you, whether it was in the great desert or now. I could have gone to my army. With them as my trump card, I could have killed you or let you go with a single word. Thales tried to figure out Mariah's mentality and thoughts. But I didn't, and the reason I did it. Thales gulped, and his neck felt a prickling pain. No matter how I deal with you, Mariah, once I use the army and the power of the kingdom, your identity can no longer be kept a secret. The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath and tried his best to pull his neck back. No matter what I say, even if I give an explicit order to let you go, the Secret Intelligence Department or other people with ulterior motives will notice this mercenary that the prince has his eyes on. They will thoroughly investigate his background, his details, and his secrets until the truth comes to light. Mariah continued to stare at him. His eyes reflected the thin moonlight and shone with a cold light. From his expression, Thales saw a hint of coldness and ridicule. The feeling of unease grew. If the Secret Intelligence Department finds out about your identity, the first heir to Dragon Cloud City who should have died. Thales gritted his teeth. They won't let you go. If you fall into the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department, everything will be irreversible. This is something neither you nor I want to see. Thales gasped. He remembered things that were even deeper and further away. If Mariah fell into the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department, that girl in Dragon Cloud City, then it would only be a matter of time before her identity, her bloodline, and the truth of that night were exposed to the Black Prophet. Thales thought bitterly. At that time, her fate might be 100 times worse than being threatened and controlled by King Chapman. At least Chapman still cared about the legitimacy of his throne and more or less protected the Archduchess' fragile status. As the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, Murat Hansen was not Thales. The old man in black with the cane did not have much of a relationship with the Archduchess. As the creator of Dragon's Blood, the Black Prophet would never care if the poor girl was chopped into pieces or beheaded as long as there was profit to be made. That girl. The girl in the library. The girl with the glasses. The girl who was brought out of Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago because of me, and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace because of me. The girl who risked her life to stop the vassals from me on the day of the council hearing. Thales felt that the pair of glasses in front of his chest had an extraordinary weight. Mariah's pupils slowly focused. You don't seem to trust the kingdom's secret intelligence department that serves you? These words reminded Thales of 6 years ago. He remembered Dragon's Blood. No, I can't. Thales clenched his fists. The Secret Intelligence Department could not know about Mariah. He could not risk the destruction of Saroma by asking the army to deal with this matter. Everything that happened in the Hall of Heroes that night must remain a secret forever. King Nuvan is dead, Nicholas and Leespan must also shut up. As for King Chapman, Thales thought coldly. No one will use this secret to create a second Dragon's Blood. Thales calmed his breathing and forced an ugly smile. Trust is a rare thing in this era. Mariah's expression changed slightly. But why do you trust me? He asked softly. The knife in his hand changed its angle, but it was still pressed against Thales' artery. Because you have no other better choice, Thales said slowly. Listen to me, Mariah. Leave now and pretend that nothing happened. From now on, conceal your identity, stay away from Lampard's minions and the Secret Intelligence Department's site. At least you will have freedom. I believe that is something you cherish. This time, Mariah stared at him for a long time, but he did not loosen his grip. Thales stared back at him, hoping that he would regain some of his rationality. In the end, Mariah laughed. Ha 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 ha, his laughter was cold. It made Thales' nerves, which had eased after much difficulty, tense up again. But what was scary was not Mariah's laughter, but what he said next. You misunderstood, Your Highness. Mariah said slowly, enunciating each word. What I asked just now was, why do you trust me? It must be Mariah Walton. Once he said this, Thales was stunned for a full 3 seconds. What? He said. The night in Bladefang's camp was rather quiet. The heavy fortresses blocked the wind and sand, and also blocked the transmission of sound. At that moment, the atmosphere in the small room was frighteningly silent. Thales stared at his opponent in disbelief. I don't understand, he said subconsciously. Mariah snorted coldly. Of course you don't understand. The mercenary's gaze was sharp. Just like how a fish on a hook doesn't understand why there is a hook in the bait. Thales's hands trembled. Wait. The prince glared at Mariah, who held his life in his hands, and felt a chill run down his spine. No, no. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake. It's too obvious. Thales mumbled. He stared at Mariah in front of him in a daze, and remembered a suspicious point that he had ignored for a long time. It's too obvious. Your hair, the color of your eyes, your mannerisms, your political views, the orc language, your axe skills, and your identity as a mercenary. Even your Northlander background and accent. A cold sneer appeared on Mariah's face. The Prince of Constellation sized up this mercenary in shock. His brain started working, and he thought about things that he usually did not pay attention to. He remembered their first meeting. From then on, this excellent and outstanding mercenary led Dante's greatsword to negotiate, fight, and survive in the complicated and vast desert. He lived a colorful life as a mercenary. He was even slightly famous. It's too obvious. Thale's pupils focused on the man. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. As a mercenary, you run around all year round, running back and forth openly. But you don't hide, or even have no scruples. Thales shuddered at his own thoughts. You're practically telling the few people who know that Mariah is still alive that the prince is here. This is not something a person who has been on the run for many years would do. Mariah. No, it should be Dean. His smile remained. And your reaction after you were seen through is also problematic. No, you're not him. Thales stared at the man in front of him, and his face suddenly turned pale. You're not Mariah Walton, he said in a daze. The moment he finished speaking, the house was as quiet as ever. The moonlight was cold, and it shone on Dean's face, making him look pale and ghastly. The first thing that rang was his low and intermittent laughter. Dean's shoulders trembled slightly, but his hand that held the knife was as steady as ever. The bald mercenary said flatly, No, I'm not. Thale's breathing stopped for a moment. I just didn't expect you to be so interested in Mariah. Dean held the knife in his left hand steadily and said softly, In the original plan, I would have had to spend some effort and pay a price to get you out of the heavily guarded army. Thales took a deep breath. He did not even care that his neck might be in danger if he made too big of a movement. He could no longer care that much. At this moment, his heart was already filled with shock and regret. Why? Thales' chest heaved. Who are you? Dean shook his head and sighed softly. He lowered his body and drew close to Thales' face. He used the knife to suppress the possibility of his target resisting. At first, when I was sent to carry out this mission, I was full of confidence. Only the most talented and capable person can obtain the honor of going deep into the enemy's territory and come into contact with the deepest and most unpleasant secrets. To find the prince who should have been dead for a long time. Thales was stunned. Carry out the mission. Go deep into the enemy's territory. To find the prince who should have been dead for a long time? He is. But as time passed, the search was fruitless day after day. Year after year, there was still no news. Dean's voice was exceptionally cold. It was as if Mariah had vanished from the face of the earth. Whether it was the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Land, Camus Union, or the Great Desert, I searched all the places where mercenaries could be found, but I could not find any trace of him. I used every method possible to figure out his psychology, behavior, and goals from all the known information. There was deep hatred in Dean's words. For countless days and nights, I lurked in places filled with spies from the Secret Intelligence Department and Constellation's forces. I carefully hid myself and racked my brains to find Mariah. Nothing. Dean gritted his teeth. There were no clues at all. I was in despair. Thales' breathing trembled. With the sin of Hell's River, the prince forced himself to calm down and reconsider his current situation. So, Thales furrowed his brows tightly. So, you just... Dean looked at the incredulous Thales with a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of this moment. So when I was at my wit's end, I turned myself into him, into Mariah. The mercenary gritted his teeth. I imitated his appearance, copied his words and actions, learned his mannerisms, and even his thoughts and personality. A prince? A Northlander? Learned the Orc language? A student of the Star Killer? A mercenary? A whore who liked the lower classes? His words became more hurried, and there was deep hatred and indignation hidden in them. I treated his wish as my wish, and his actions as my actions. I went to the places he was most likely to go, did the things he was most likely to do, and hoped to find something using the suspicious identity of Dean, to understand something, or to lure out those who were interested in him, to see what clues I could get from them, or even to lure out Mariah himself. Dean's raised voice came to an abrupt halt. His expression was obscure and pained. But I still failed. Nothing, the suspicious mercenary said hatefully. Other than a few spies who were suspected to be Northlanders, there was still nothing. During these 5 years, I was like a headless fly, a blind cheetah and a stiff sand snake. I struggled in pain and hopelessness in all the places where Mariah might appear. Meng Chao said in a low voice. As long as there was no good news, as long as there was no trace of him, and as long as I did not complete the mission, I was trapped here. I could not go back, I could not leave, and I could not break free. He stared at Thales. For a whole 5 years. Do you understand? Thales slowly calmed down. So everything is clear now. The person in front of me is. Dean sneered and said, I've had enough of this endless and fruitless pursuit. I wasted my years and talents, which should have been promising, on sand and swords. The look in his eyes changed. But at this moment you appeared. Dean stared at Thales with a fanatical look, and the muscles on his face contorted inch by inch. My savior. Thales stared at him with a dazed expression, but his right hand quietly moved to his waist. But the experienced mercenary noticed it. The knife in his hand moved slightly. Thales had to raise his head to prevent it from cutting into his artery. At the same time he sighed and lowered his right hand. So you've been eyeing me since the moment we met, the prince said in annoyance. He only snorted coldly and shook his head. At first, I wasn't sure who you were, especially when we first met Constellation's army. You never revealed your identity. Even after we arrived at Bladefang's camp, you didn't show any signs of wanting to look for reinforcements. This made me even more suspicious. Maybe you're not who I think you are? Dean did not care about Thales' petty tricks. I had no choice but to suppress the urge to attack time and time again. My probing had to be done at the right time. I was hiding here, isolated and without help. If I was the slightest bit careless, I would be doomed eternally and drowned in the Secret Intelligence Department and Constellation's army, who would come after hearing the news. Until tonight. The house was still quiet, but the atmosphere was completely different. The cold-faced man suppressed Thales, turning the first night the mercenaries returned home into a night full of conspiracies and dangerous conflicts. You are a spy, a scout, a secret agent, or something else, Thales said indignantly. You are not here for me. Dean raised his eyebrows. No. He shook his head, feeling rather satisfied. Escape Thales, you are a pleasant surprise. Perhaps you are not my first target, and you are not the mission I have been hiding here for. But there is no doubt that you are a ticket. You are my special permit to jump out of this bottomless quagmire. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled in pain. Haha, now it seems that King Chapman and you both know about Mariah. He will not be satisfied, Dean said in a low voice. But I caught you. At least this makes sense. I can finally leave this place. Thales thought of something. Wait. He opened his eyes, and with the knife on his neck, he spoke with difficulty. Her? Thales asked in surprise. Did you say her? Yes, my dear Prince Thales. Dean nodded slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He lowered his upper body a little, and put on a non-standard bow. Secret room greets you. Thales did not answer. His sighs were all buried in his chest. There was a long silence between the man and the teenager. After a long while, Thales exhaled. What do you plan to do? Knock me out and take me away? Where do you want to go? Don't forget that this is Bladefang's camp. Are you going to take me west and north to the desert filled with Constellation's army? Or are you going east and south to enter Constellation's territory? Dean shook his head. The situation here is indeed not good, but there will always be a way. Thales snickered. So not only are you not Mariah, but you are also a spy sent to search for Mariah. He frowned slightly. But, my dear Dean, do you really think that I would be so stupid as to risk my life and come at night to confront you without any confidence? Dean's smile froze. Have you not thought about it carefully? Thales said softly. How did we meet? Dean was slightly stunned. But at this moment, something unexpected interrupted the confrontation between the two of them. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was a soft sound. The bright light shone into the dark room and clearly illuminated the two people on the bed. Thales and Dean turned their gazes at the same time. They saw the drunk mercenary, Quick Rope, holding an oil lamp and standing at the door with a dazed expression. He was still in the position of pushing the door open. Both of them were stunned. Quick Rope yawned loudly. His eyes were still drowsy. I'm sorry, Dean, I didn't want to wake you up. I just wanted to take a dump in the middle of the night, and came to get something to wipe my butt. Quick Rope mumbled. Those bottles of alcohol are killing me. A second later he saw Thales, who was suppressed by Dean on the bed, and he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was even bigger than an egg. Under the duo's incredulous gazes, Quick Rope quickly covered his eyes. He stuttered and said in a panicked tone. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I mean, you can continue. I swear I won't say anything to Louisa. Quick Rope covered his eyes tightly and stepped into the room carefully, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. He touched a broken cabinet beside the bed. So where did you put the things? The two people who were in a tense confrontation on the bed finally reacted. They fought to speak. Quick Rope, it's not what you see. Dean frowned as he pressed Quick Rope down. Waya is very suspicious. I suspect he might be. No, Quick Rope, I'm Prince Thales. He's a Northland spy. Thales, who was pressed under Quick Rope, said with great difficulty. Hurry up and find the camps. Dean exerted a little force on the knife in his hand, and Thales' words were stuck in his throat. Quick Rope covered his eyes and moved slowly to the cabinet. While role-playing? Interrogating the prince? The mercenary smiled awkwardly. You guys sure have a lot of tricks. Chapter 393. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk in an instant, the light, which was a little dazzling, was extinguished with a loud noise. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the dull sound of a human body crashing into each other could be heard. In the darkness, Thales's senses amplified his perception of light, but before he could notice what happened, he felt his neck loosen. Dean's knife left his artery and windpipe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the knife fell to the ground. Thales desperately moved an inch backwards, as if he was clutching at a life-saving straw. He touched his throat in shock and tried his best to breathe under the soothing effect of the sin of Hell's River. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of the bed and the wardrobe colliding was clear, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. No. In the next second, when Thales raised his head, he was shocked to find that the bald mercenary's neck had been seized by a pair of arms that had come from behind him and was being dragged backwards. Dean clung to the bed and stomped on the ground to maintain his balance so that his opponent would not drag him down. At the same time, he turned his head back in shock. Quick Rope, what are you? He couldn't go on. Because at some point in time, Quick Rope's arms were already locked tightly together. He was strangling Dean's neck. Thales watched this incomprehensible scene in shock. With Hell's senses, he saw Quick Rope stick to Dean's back with a resolute expression. He used his left arm to lock the latter's neck, withstanding Dean's struggle and resistance. His eyes shone with a rarely seen vigor. Under Dean's incredulous expression, the calm Quick Rope locked his left arm around his right elbow and pressed his right palm against the back of the mercenary's head. You know, Dean. Quick Rope was practically pressed against the back of Dean's left ear. He spoke coldly with a tone that Thales had never heard before. Most of the information about Mariah Walton in the outside world is wrong. Dean's face contorted in pain as he withstood the great pressure on his neck. But as experienced as he was, he instantly moved. At the same time he let go of the bed, he pushed his legs against the ground and fell backwards. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Quick Rope's back crashed into the wardrobe. But Quick Rope still locked his opponent's neck. The two of them were still inseparable. From Thales' perspective, Quick Rope's entire body was pushed against the wardrobe by Dean, and his legs were even off the ground. Thales was so shocked that he forgot to breathe. This wasn't the accident he had imagined. No. He did learn some skills from the Star Killer, but his results were terrible. Quick Rope's face was contorted. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if he was bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds as he spoke. The doubt on Dean's face slowly disappeared, and was replaced by surprise. No. No. During the fight, Dean, whose face was red, clenched his teeth and swung his elbow fiercely backwards. Boom. The muffled sound of bodies crashing into each other could be heard. Quick Rope trembled slightly, but his expression did not change at all, as if the heavy blow was just an itch to him. Dean's face became redder and redder. His eyes were wide open, and his cheeks were struggling. In the next moment, Quick Rope clamped his legs together and clamped down on Dean's waist from behind. He might yearn for the life of a mercenary, but he's definitely not a legend who has gone through hundreds of battles like in novels. Quick Rope's expression became more solemn and fierce. His arms, which were locked around Dean's neck, trembled slightly. They were like taut bowstrings, and he could vaguely see the great strength in them. Thales watched the scene in disbelief. He had long since held JC's dagger in his hand, but the two people who were fighting against each other and his chaotic thoughts made it difficult for him to make a decision. The tip of the dagger kept swaying between the two people who were swaying violently. He might have received a lot of education, but his orc language is terrible, and he doesn't know how to scheme. Quick Rope still clenched his teeth and locked Dean's head and neck. His right palm moved forward, and his left arm moved backward. As he pushed and pulled, he maintained a strong pressure on the mercenary's neck. On the other side, the bald mercenary's struggles became weaker and weaker. His elbows struck and scratched backwards in vain. They rubbed and collided violently between the wardrobe and the human body. His legs exerted force a few times, and he slammed the enemy on his back against the wardrobe. But these methods did not affect Quick Rope's resolute gaze and his killing moves. A few seconds passed. The anger and hatred in Dean's eyes gradually disappeared, and were replaced by fear. And Quick Rope did not let go. He did not. His expression was still firm, and he held on to his opponent's vitals. It was as if he was holding on to a lover who would never let go. It was as if he was holding on to the end of the world. And her, the woman he likes. Quick Rope lowered his head and said laboriously. His tone was filled with pain. As if he had realized something, Dean raised his head in fear at the last moment and looked at Thales, who held the dagger in front of him. At the same time, Quick Rope also raised his eyes and looked at the Prince of Constellation. Thales was under the gaze of two pairs of eyes. One of them was filled with incomprehensible regret, and the other was filled with grief, apathy, and determination. Finally, after a fierce struggle, a terrifying, muffled sound spread in the room. Crack. Dean's expression froze at that moment. His hands fell limply to his sides, and his legs slowly went limp. With Quick Rope on his back, he slowly slid down from the wardrobe. The victor had been decided. For a time, there were only two breaths left in the room. One was cautious, and the other had just survived a disaster. That woman. Quick Rope lowered his head and hid his expression in the shadows. She's not a whore, he panted, and there was a slight tremble in his voice. She's not. Quick Rope still held on to Dean's body for a few seconds, even though the other man's widened eyes had lost their luster. Then Thales exhaled slowly and put down the dagger. Quick Rope, this strangulation technique. Thales gulped. His throat was dry. Where did you learn it? Quick Rope seemed to have suddenly snapped out of his stupor, and came back to his senses from the life and death fight. He first sighed, then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he snorted lightly. Judging by your expression, Thales, you already know, don't you? Thales stared blankly at Quick Rope, who was sitting on the floor. He watched as he slowly let go of his arms and legs, and broke free from Dean, who was no longer breathing. A shocking answer rose in his heart. No. War is the art of deceiving the enemy. Thales mumbled to himself. Not long ago, at the southern border of Extet, at the land of barren rocks in the city of faraway prayers, he saw a rare, exciting and unforgettable thrilling battle. The Star Killer against the Raven of Death. At that time, in the darkness, Quick Rope forced out a soundless laugh. What you used just now was the inextinguishable Flame Terren's favorite strangulation technique. Thales stared in disbelief at Quick Rope, who was slowly getting up. He watched as he swayed and held onto the cabinet. It was only used by the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City during King Nuven's era. Inheritance. Thales tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. His gaze was locked on Quick Rope's body. The cheerful, happy, greedy new mercenary who never forgot to promote his small business. You. Thales' tone was bitter. In the next moment, Quick Rope stretched his limbs and took a few deep breaths, as if he had been freed from the tense and sorrowful state of the battle just now. It's time to reintroduce myself, Thales. With the bright smile he wore when they first met in the Great Desert, he extended his right hand to Thales. The Prince of Constellation looked at the other man's palm hesitantly, and took a step back. With indescribable emotions, Thales sized up the person in front of him. This young man, who looked to be less than 30 years old, had freckles all over his face, red hair, and a Camian accent. Regardless of his appearance, behavior, or any other angle, he first awkwardly retracted his palm and wiped it on his body as if he was trying to dispel his mockery. Then he smiled and said, "Mariah Bertram Nuven Walton, also known as Quick Rope." At that moment, absolute silence ruled the room. Dean lay quietly on the floor. Quick Rope smiled without saying a word. Thales froze on the spot. For a few seconds, only the moonlight cared about this small world. Thales stared at the man in front of him in a daze. This was the first man he saw after he woke up in the Great Desert. Quick Rope, Mariah, and Dean from the secret room. How could this be? The doubts and puzzlement in his heart did not diminish. In fact, they became even more conflicted, mixed together, and chaotic. You know, Quick Rope snorted softly and poked the body on the floor. When I was helping an unscrupulous owner of an aphrodisiac run his wares, I heard him say that there was a group of powerful mercenaries around the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea. One of them was quite knowledgeable and had unique skills. By the looks of it, he might be a Northlander of noble birth. Quick Rope shrugged and looked at Dean's lifeless eyes. He sighed softly with a subtle emotion. To a certain extent, his strategy was right. It's just that he suffered a loss in information. There was still silence. In the next second, Quick Rope patted his butt and stepped over Dean's body. His smile was bright and cheerful, as if he was not the one who ruthlessly killed Thales just now and mourned in silence. In the face of the acquaintance, who had just helped him out of trouble, Thales vigilantly took a step back. His gaze swept past Dean on the floor. "By the way, I'm going to take a dump." With the help of the moonlight, Quick Rope turned around and took out a roll of rough hemp rope and leaf paper from the cabinet. His smile remained, as if he did not care about Thales' reaction. He happily handed over a roll of hemp rope. "Don't worry, you don't have to queue up. There are 2 pits." But Thales stared at him with a complicated expression. He did not speak. JC was still in his hands. No one knew how the Prince of Constellation felt at that moment. In the silence, Quick Rope seemed to have finally realized the atmosphere in front of him. He sheepishly took back the hemp rope. "Haha, just kidding." Quick Rope exhaled and stuffed the hemp rope and leaf paper back into the cabinet in resignation. He raised the low-quality oil lamp, which had been extinguished for a long time. "Smile, Thales, smile." In the suffocating silence, the Prince of Constellation finally retracted his gaze and spoke with great difficulty. "Why?" Thales felt as if he could hear the friction in his throat due to dryness. "Why?" But Quick Rope interrupted him. He still laughed cheerfully, and simply, as if he could solve all the problems he encountered. "Why?" Because he, Quick Rope, the real former Prince of Extet, King Nuven's son Mariah Walton, flashed his white teeth at Thales, who was immersed in an inexplicable emotion. "Because life is heavy enough, Thales. Thales, especially for you and me." Quick Rope wore a bright smile that made people think. You have to smile. Only then can you make it lighter. Chapter 394. Don't worry, the others in the team won't be back tonight because of various things. Quick Rope lay on the bed casually and swung his wrist, which was sore from the intense fight just now. If I had to guess, Dean deliberately lured them away, and his target was you. A broken animal oil lamp illuminated the mercenary's hut. Dean's body had long been covered with a rough cloth, and he lay quietly on the ground. Thales sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the corner of the wall. He watched Quick Rope, who was lying comfortably on the bed, warily. After a long while Thales, who had finally sorted out his thoughts, spoke softly. "What's going on? Why are you here? What's going on?" Quick Rope put his hands behind his head and stared at the mottled ceiling. "It's what you see. I always thought that aside from some old people in Dragoncloud City, no one would know that I'm still alive." Quick Rope gestured at the body covered with the rough cloth with his chin. "Until this guy appeared." His tone was still relaxed, as if he was on a sunny day without any haze. "The secret room is always pervasive, right? My father and Soria don't like Madame Calshon, so I kept my distance from her." Thales glanced at Dean on the ground. He subconsciously clenched his fists. "I don't understand." He turned to Quick Rope and asked the biggest question he had. "Your hair color, your Camian accent, and your age?" Quick Rope snickered. "Did you know that Camus Union is a magical place? There are all kinds of cities, all kinds of races, and all kinds of strange customs." The former prince sighed. "And on the sea route they opened, the Sante archipelago in the southwest of the peninsula produces a magical dye. The local tribes use it to dye their hair, and even apply makeup, and it won't fade for a month. I only need to worry about the roots of my hair." Thales watched as Quick Rope ran his fingers through his red hair and frowned. "As for the accent and age, perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself, Prince of Constellation." Quick Rope turned his head sideways and smiled at Thales. "But to me, you've been in the north for 6 years, and now you have a Northland accent, and you don't look like a simple 14-year-old boy." He arched his shoulders. Thales lowered his head in silence. "Are they all fake?" the Prince of Constellation asked in a bad mood. Since the beginning of the Great Desert, the Quick Rope who told jokes, the Quick Rope who fooled around with the others, the Quick Rope who fought for the rights of his dead companions, and even the Quick Rope who couldn't write. "You've been acting all along?" Quick Rope's expression became gloomy. "No," he said expressionlessly, resting his head on his hands. "It's not all fake. You know, when a pampered and disheartened prince walks out of the castle, the first thing he discovers is that the outside world is not as beautiful as he thought." The poor quality light slowly dimmed, and the room became dark again. Thales did not move. As a result, on the first afternoon that stupid prince arrived in Camus Union, the city of 1,000 sails, Valir gang, he was cheated out of what little savings he had left. By the way, the 300 gold coins to cross the Black Track was ridiculously expensive. He had no choice but to sell himself to a long-distance ship to embark on a maiden voyage that he had never dreamed of, opening an unprecedented chapter in his life. Quick Rope said in a daze. In these 6 years he abandoned a lot, but he also learned a lot. When he said this, Quick Rope snorted softly. "When I first went out to sea, the bosun was a hot-tempered man, and he always pointed at the sail ropes that were not tied properly or should be loosened, and shouted at me, 'Hurry up, Rope.'" His tone was filled with emotion. "Just like that, I got the first nickname in my life." Thales still leaned against the corner of the wall with a solemn expression. Then, Quick Rope's next sentence traveled into his ears with a slightly downcast tone. "And not some bullsh T-born king." Thales furrowed his brows. He suddenly thought of King Nuvan, but he realized that no matter what, it was difficult to connect him with the optimistic and open-minded Quick Rope, who was strangely complicated. "What kind of nickname will you get, Thales? Have you thought about it?" Quick Rope suddenly asked with great interest. "King of adventurers? King of hostages?" Thales snapped out of his daze and sighed softly. "Mariah." "Oh, I got it." In the darkness, Quick Rope's voice rose and fell slightly, and there was a hint of smugness in it. "King of misfortune." Quick Rope's chuckles rose again. Thales did not respond. Then, Quick Rope's laughter slowly faded away. "Why? 6 years ago," Thales asked hoarsely. "Why did you leave?" This time, the room was silent for a long time. Quick Rope sighed softly, like a prisoner who was being judged and prepared to face his fate. During the first few years, I asked myself this question countless times. Quick Rope's voice rose faintly. The answer was different every time. But in the last 2 to 3 years, the answer gradually became clear. In the darkness, he slowly sat up. His clear eyes sparkled slightly under the moonlight. Because it was my choice. Thale's breathing became faster. King Chapman's words to him, and his evaluation of Mariah appeared in his mind one by one. Everything he experienced 6 years ago also flashed before his eyes as if it happened yesterday. But you left so irresponsibly? Thales subconsciously gritted his teeth. You left your country, your people, your family. Quick Rope's silhouette trembled slightly under the moonlight. Do you know how much Dragon Cloud City has suffered because of your disappearance? Do you know that your willfulness almost caused the 2 countries to fight each other and caused countless deaths and injuries? Do you know what kind of fate your decision caused me, Lampard, Saroma, and your father, King Nuvan, to face? At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to the underground tomb of Renaissance Palace. He heard that heavy, awe-inspiring, and slightly powerful voice. Fate will prepare you. In the past 6 years there was blood, death, betrayal, murder, politics, helplessness, powerlessness, helplessness, and regret. If this is the prince's fate. Thales' emotions became more and more chaotic. But in the face of fate, the person before me. How is he? My father. Quick Rope spoke hoarsely, interrupting Thales' thoughts, which he did not know whether it was jealousy or indignation. 6 years ago when he was about to die. How was he? Thales was slightly stunned. Nuvan VII. The born king. The apathetic old man who rubbed his ring. All these years, all I heard were rumors. But you were there, Thales. Quick Rope said faintly. There was a barely noticeable tremble in his voice. You were there. For a moment, only their breathing could be heard in the house. Thales was silent for a while. Dragon's blood. That night 6 years ago was too unforgettable. I don't know how to describe it, but at that time, finally, Thales sighed and suppressed the indignation that had suddenly welled up in him. He was not bad. Nuvan still retained the domineering and awe-inspiring aura of the born king. He told Quick Rope about the past, as if he was telling the story of his family to a son who did not return home all year round. At that time he had just punished Beacon Illumination City, and united the forces of the other archdukes. Black Sand region was nothing to worry about. Thales pondered and said, and he survived the Calamities crisis, witnessed the return of the Queen of the Sky, and was thinking about teaching the Calamities who broke his toys a lesson. The prince said dejectedly, he even planned everything and planned the future of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City. And the future of the Prince of Constellation. Quick Rope smiled. He's still the same. His tone was nostalgic, but there was an almost overflowing melancholy in his voice. He controls everything in his hands. Thales nodded. That was how he was before he died, the last King Nuvan. The prince said with difficulty, until he did not continue. Is that so? Quick Rope took over his words. His tone was unclear. Thales sighed and said, don't worry, everything happened very quickly. In an instant he passed away without feeling any pain. There were 2 seconds of silence. Is that so? Quick Rope leaned against the wall and hugged his knees tightly. What about Dragon Cloud City? Thales' breathing froze for a moment. Really? The prince asked with faint resentment. You're asking me. The Calamities came to Shield District and fought against the Queen of the Sky until dawn. There were many casualties. After the king died, rumors spread everywhere, and order was in chaos. The army of Black Sand region entered the city at night, and met with Lisbon soldiers. Thales took a deep breath and spoke, as if he was listening to a stranger tell an unfamiliar story. The White Blade Guard suffered heavy losses. Nicholas led the last of his men and fought back desperately. Thales' tone became more and more anxious. Lampard occupied Heroic Spirit Palace for a time. The 5 archdukes held each other's future and lives in the Hall of Heroes. Their hands were on the hilts of their swords, and it was a battle of life and death. Archduke Rockney and Archduke Alcius even drew their weapons and planned to fight to the death against Lampard. Caslin Merc. Countless people died in that damn tug-of-war. With every word he said, Quick Rope's shadow trembled. In the end, Alex Walton inherited the throne with great difficulty under heavy pressure, and under their malicious gazes. In the end, Thales widened his eyes and stared at the figure on the bed. Under countless hateful gazes, Chapman Lampard wore a blood-stained crown, stepped on countless corpses, and was crowned king. He was Chapman the First. Quick Rope exhaled heavily. Over the past 6 years, Dragon Cloud City has been in turmoil. The Archduchess' qualifications have been questioned. The vassals are in conflict. The king harbors malicious intentions. The suzerains are eyeing me with hostility, and I have been trapped there as a hostage and a chess piece until now. That's the answer you want. Are you satisfied? Thales said coldly. Maria Walton, the one who evaded responsibility and caused all this. Quick Rope did not speak for a long time. More than 10 seconds later. So this is the answer. Thank you, Quick Rope answered weakly. I regret it. Thales frowned. You regret it? The Prince of Constellation sneered. That's your kingdom, your city, your hometown. And you regret it? Quick Rope shook his head. Thales. His tone was a little gloomy. When you told Dean that you didn't want to ask so many questions, and that you only wanted me to disappear forever, I thought that you would at least understand a little. Quick Rope seemed to have lost something. His tone was listless, but there was an indescribable sadness in it. Thales took a deep breath. If you were still around 6 years ago, if you had at least chosen to return to Dragon Cloud City after you avoided the assassination. Quick Rope raised his head swiftly. That won't change anything, he said coldly. Thales was stunned. It's still the same. Conspiracies, tricks, politics, interests. Quick Rope said through gritted teeth, whether it's Dragon Cloud City or Extet, whether it's Lampard or the Waltons, nothing has changed. Thales stared at him in a daze. Of course I know that the casualties are great, and the price is high. Quick Rope said sadly, this is the struggle for power. You accuse me of bringing disaster to myself, by evading responsibility. But how do you know that if I were the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City or even the King of Extet, I would have caused fewer deaths than I do now? Would the disaster I caused be smaller than now? Would the crimes I committed be lighter than now? Would Dragon Cloud City be luckier and more stable than now? Thales clenched his teeth. You don't know, Thales. Quick Rope said coldly. Do you think that the disasters and calamities in Dragon Cloud City, and the upheavals and drastic changes in Extet were really just brought about by Lampard's conspiracies, my willfulness, or my father's loss of control? He straightened his back from the wall. My father, the born king, intimidated the Western Peninsula when he was alive. He subdued the feudal vassals, used all his military might to build a military empire, and pushed Dragon Cloud City's prestige to its peak over the past 3 generations. He planted fear and obedience in and out of the kingdom. Quick Rope's tone was cold. However, this meant that he was destined to become someone's enemy, the Archduke's enemy, the noble's enemy, the Western Peninsula's enemy, and even the commoners under his rule. Even if there was no Lampard, no secret room, no bloody year, even if there was no Soria's accident, even if there was no me running away, there would come a day when these enemies would use other faces and roles, such as Rockne, Letko, Trentida, and even his most trusted subordinates. They would be played by another group of people who were dissatisfied with him, and they would come back and drown the throne of Dragon Cloud City. King Nuven's enemies. Thales was deep in thought. The people who were responsible for the Night of Dragon's Blood 6 years ago appeared before his eyes. The Archduke of Black Sand region who was forced into a corner, the fickle Marquis of Camus Union, the secret room that was hidden in the deepest corners, the forces of the black market in the gutter, and even the Supreme King of Constellation. Even a commoner like Gleeward, who had risen to power, scoffed at his king and treated him with disdain. And King Nuven only had half of Dragon Cloud City by his side. My father's death was not due to the failure of some strategy, an accident, or someone's stupid actions. Quick Rope's tone was filled with grief. It was because he climbed too high in this era, and too many people wanted him dead. Thales was stunned. For countless days and nights, when he recalled the Dragon's Blood 6 years ago, Nuven's miscalculation, Lampard's ruthlessness, the secret room's treachery, the secret intelligence department's secrecy, and the Archduke's schemes appeared in his mind. But there is only a thin line between extreme prosperity and extreme decline. This is the general trend, Thales. Quickrope's tone became more and more anxious. After returning from the sea and narrowly escaping death, I understood that history is not controlled by individuals like us, who seem to have high statuses and extraordinary power. Instead, it is determined by the world's countless unstoppable waves, unfathomable whirlpools, tides that shake thousands of miles, and trade winds. If the tide is stopped, no matter how sturdy a warship is, it will still be crushed to pieces. If it is set to sail with the wind, no matter how fragile a sampan is, it will still be able to travel thousands of miles. In front of it, even the mightiest of heroes will be powerless, and even the most insignificant commoners will be able to reach the top. Too many people only see conspiracies and schemes, open strife and veiled strife, heroes and bandits. But in the face of a raging tide, an individual is too insignificant. There is actually very little that we can do. No one can go against the tide and turn the tide. That is just an illusion that we have for those who have surfaced at the end of the tide. Forget about my father. Even if the King of Renaissance and the Dragon Knight King are reincarnated, it will be the same. Even if my father succeeds in handing the throne to me. His voice trembled slightly. I can see it very clearly. No matter who sits on the throne, Dragon Cloud City is destined to decline after reaching its peak. No matter who leads the kingdom of the Great Dragon, Exdet will also have its ups and downs. Quickrope stared at Thales silently. Just like the royal bloodline that runs through your veins, just like the once insufferably arrogant empire. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Do you think that Dragon Cloud City is in a precarious and unstable state because of an archduchess? Do you think that it is definitely a bad thing? Quickrope lowered his head. How would you know that if the current Dragon Cloud City after King Nuvan was still inherited by a legitimate male descendant and still held the authority of the born king? Then the new king and the old suzerains would not deal with Dragon Cloud City with pressure and tactics that are 100 times more terrifying than they are now. Like ants nibbling away at the carcasses of insects. They would eat us until only our remains are left? I'm not them, Thales. I'm not my father, I'm not Soria. And I'm not my cousin, Chapman Lampard, who killed his own brother. Quickrope crossed his arms over his chest. His voice was trembling. I cannot do it. In that kind of abyss-like, hopeless situation, in that kind of air filled with conspiracies and schemes, in that kind of breathless air, in those days when everyone lived in hell, other than bringing Dragon Cloud City to destruction. Chapter 395. You care about them a lot. Thales stared at the emotionally unstable Quickrope. Your father and brother. Quickrope was stunned for a moment. His expression darkened. Do you have family? Thales. Thales pursed his lips. Family. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. I probably have family in those scattered and fragmented memories. But here. Quickrope raised his eyebrows and remembered something. Sorry, I forgot. Quickrope waved his hand under the dim light and flashed an apologetic smile. Of course, this makes you the only heir. Your identity is sensitive, and you're the center of attention. Thales nodded wordlessly. But I do. Quickrope's smile slowly disappeared. From the first day I could remember, I was told that I had a great and wise father, and an exemplary brother. My father was very strict and cold. As the king of the entire kingdom of the dragon, he always had endless government affairs to deal with, and reasons that could not be refuted. My brother was very outstanding, dazzling, courageous, capable, and experienced. His prestige was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Quickrope shifted his shoulders. His expression was indiscernible in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. And I, King Nuvan's second son, Prince Soria's younger brother. He was silent for a moment before he raised his head. Thales. My father and brother were both so outstanding, and I lived under their shadows for more than 10 years, chasing after their footsteps, chasing after their world. But no matter how hard I worked, no matter how well I performed in my studies, no matter how much I talked during meals, no matter how many prey I hunted, I could never reach them. Thales listened attentively, but Quick Rope laughed disapprovingly. Until Gings, the female official, told me. His eyes reflected the light, and there was an indescribable emotion in them. I am his younger brother. I was born to assist and serve him. Soria is destined to become the Archduke of Dragoncloud City, and even the King of Extet. I want to respect him from the bottom of my heart, obey him, be loyal to him, and become his assistant and arm. I can only follow the rules and complete my studies in an upright manner, grow up, become an adult, and be an ordinary Northland noble who is neither outstanding nor bad. That is enough. Quick Rope took a deep breath. There was a barely noticeable teasing tone in his voice. After I become an adult, as the younger brother of the future king, I will have my own small piece of land. I will be given the title of a baron, or even a viscount. I will have my own family name and my own family. I will bask in the glory of the dragon spear branch. Or as a chess piece in a marriage alliance, I will marry a wife, have children, grow old, die, and wait for my descendants to write my name between the two genealogies. Any overstepping and disrespectful thoughts are wrong. If my performance is too outstanding and abnormal, people will instead suspect that a disloyal subject is secretly instigating me. Thales stared at Quick Rope and tried his best to imagine the former Prince Mariah. This is the first half of my life, and the life I once thought I would have, Quick Rope said emotionlessly, having returned to his original state. Silence. But this did not last, did it? In the silence, Thales took over the conversation softly. Accidents always happen suddenly. Quick Rope turned to him, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes, it's exactly what you think, the former prince said faintly. 18 years ago, on the night before the war, I was brought out of the castle by Nicholas and his guards while I was sleeping. I returned to Dragoncloud City from the remote fiefdom that belonged to me. The fiefdom that I thought I would spend the rest of my life in. Quick Rope's gaze froze in the air. His tone was empty. Soria was lying there. Thales sighed and remembered Nuvin's eldest son, whom many people talked about. Yes, that Soria, the elder brother I once admired and respected, the one who made me feel ashamed of my inferiority and resent him, was lying quietly in the Hall of Heroes. He did not move, his face was pale, his eyes were covered with gold coins, and he held a long sword in his hand. There was a huge age gap between us, and we usually did not talk much. But I think that was the closest we've ever had to each other, and the closest we've ever had to each other. Quick Rope said in a daze. That day, my once heroic father seemed to have aged 20 years. He talked a lot about the power of the king, the relationship between the archdukes, his attitude towards his vassals, and the upcoming war. But I didn't listen to a single word. My mind was filled with Soria's pale face. Quick Rope said in a daze. That night, I became the first heir. Thales sighed softly. For some reason, he remembered the day he was acknowledged as the second prince of Constellation in Renaissance Palace. In the first 10 years of your life, everyone reprimanded you to be a docile and obedient young man, and not to go out of line in the slightest. But after one night, everyone turned around and forced you to become a wise prince with great talent and strategy. Quick Rope's words were lifeless and lifeless. There was a faint hint of mockery in them. Damn fate. After I experienced doubt, envy, jealousy, resentment, pain, indignation, and finally giving up and letting go, it came to me like a drama. He sneered. But do you know what I saw in that seat, in that hell? Thales raised his head and looked straight into Quick Rope's eyes. Twisted. The former Prince Mariah spat out these two words with a cold expression. Concret Pofret, the boy from Beacon Illumination City who used to be carefree and grew up with me. I don't know when he started to become paranoid. He has a lot on his mind, and when he speaks, he is hypocritical and polite, Quick Rope said quietly. I tried to get close to him as a friend, but ever since Concret's grandfather and father passed away, ever since he became the young Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, and ever since I became the heir of Dragoncloud City, there was something indescribable in his eyes when he looked at me. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Archduke Pofret's hysterical and painful confession at the end of the duel appeared before his eyes. When my father gave him a warning, I dissuaded him. I volunteered to convince Beacon Illumination City. Quick Rope trembled slightly. But no matter how hard I tried, how I expressed my sincerity and apology, how I promised him that I would, Concre's smile no longer had any warmth. Hatred, jealousy, and madness. These were the things I could decipher from him. We can no longer drink without a grudge like we did in the past. His last few words were filled with desolation. As for Chapman Lampard, when I saw him for the first time after the war, I understood. Quick Rope chuckled. My cousin Chapman, who used to be calm, gentle, and well-mannered, no longer existed. There was only stillness, pain, emptiness, and indifference left in his eyes. There was only the taciturn Archduke of Black Sand region left in his body. It was as if the ghosts of his family were still hanging over his head, lingering for a long time. Every time I spoke to him, I shuddered. Either I was talking to a dead person, or I was the dead person in his eyes. Thales thought of the Archduke of Black Sand region, who flickered in the firelight. He clenched his fists. Twisted, Thales, twisted. Quick Rope's voice echoed. They were all twisted and captured, including my father and elder brother. Thales, they were captured by power, enslaved, and lost. The former Prince of Ekstedt said coldly. In those chains they became something else. Indifferent tools, cold-blooded scum, suspicious tyrants, but they were no longer themselves. Thales was stunned. A conversation from a long, long time ago echoed in his mind again. Because if you want to enter this circle, Thales, and even climb to the top, Quick Rope's tone became urgent. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Let their world and ideas rule over you. And turn you into someone you can't even recognize. Only then can you start playing this game. And only then can you play it well. I heard that you were found among the people, Thales. Quick Rope called out softly, snapping Thales out of his deep thoughts and absent-mindedness. Then answer me. Think about it carefully. What did you become after you became a prince? Can you still choose your own path? Follow your own heart? After you became a prince. Quick Rope's words were like a sharp knife that pierced straight into Thales' heart. Are you still yourself? Are you still Thales? Or have you become something else? What did you gain, and what did you lose? Thales listened quietly. When he thought of this, he subconsciously tightened his grip on JC's dagger behind his waist. The dagger he brought out of the abandoned house. His past. His past. A few seconds later, Thales' expression was still. He shook his head. I don't know, he said with difficulty. What do you think? Quick Rope smiled. Like you, I don't know either. The former prince knocked on the wall and leaned against it stiffly. But I know how this will end. Quick Rope's eyes focused, and they were bright and full of expression. I don't know how Soria died, and no one told me what was going on with that strange hunt. But ever since I became the damn heir, I think I understand. Soria was destined to meet his end. It's not because of a certain person, some scheme, or some accident. It's because he's sitting in this position, and it's also because Soria was born into this world. His decisiveness, coldness, and ambition are all signs of it. When he gets used to moving forward in the darkness, traversing through schemes, going back and forth in politics, swinging his sword on the battlefield, and climbing the snowy peaks in the land of dragons, then he'll one day die here, sooner or later. If it's not this time, then it'll be the next time. His lifestyle will one day return and devour his entire life. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Return and devour life. The Raven of Death's evaluation of Soria was still vivid in his mind, but Quick Rope's words gave him a deeper understanding. This has nothing to do with your strength, Thales. On the contrary, the stronger you are, the more authority you have, and the tighter this chain will bind you. The deeper it binds you, the harder it will be for you to break free. Quick Rope stared at him coldly. Just like our father. Just like Chapman Lampard now. The room became quiet again. A corpse and two people with special identities faced each other in silence under the moonlight and lights. Is that it? After a moment, Thales spoke with difficulty. Is that why you changed? Is that all the reasons you ran away? Thales let go of the dagger behind his waist and sighed. Whether it's King Nuvan or Pofrit, when they tell me your story, there's always a girl involved. Quick Rope moved slightly. He moved away from the wall and sat up straight without realizing it. If you heard it from them, it probably wasn't anything good. Quickrope's face showed a rare hint of a smile without gloom. Thales raised his eyebrows. So? Quickrope paused for a moment, then stared at the Prince of Constellation with a strange gaze. His tone was profound and gentle. Thales, you're not old, but have you ever fallen in love with someone, or been loved by someone? Quickrope said faintly, sometimes young and inexperienced feelings are more unforgettable. Thales was about to shake his head, but at that moment he remembered a voice. It was a gentle and pleasant female voice that only appeared in the fragments. His body stiffened, and he stopped himself from shaking his head. Every time it appeared, it would make him tremble and feel pain, even though he did not know it. That voice, he could never remember its owner's name. Her? Thales shuddered slightly. Maybe, Thales said subconsciously and nodded in his daze. Maybe there is. Her. The moonlight shone on the room, as if it was gently caressing the two silent people. Quickrope stared at the prince for a long time, before he finally revealed a faint smile. How nice. Quickrope crossed his arms and retracted his gaze from Thales to look at the moonlight outside the broken window. Regardless of whether someone cares about me or someone cares about me, he said faintly. Chapter 396. Blade Fang's camp was under curfew, and only the faintly discernible sound of the wind could be heard on the streets. The two people in the small house looked at each other in silence. After I saw the tragedy of Black Sand region, and after I returned from Beacon Illumination City, I returned to my old fief and locked myself up in the days when I was at my most dejected, dispirited, defeated, annoyed, and in constant conflict with my father. Quickrope stared at the flickering lights gloomily. In the wilderness of a remote country, I met Dana. When he heard the unfamiliar name, Thales could not help but frown. Dana. Quickrope still looked absent-minded. On the surface, she was just an ordinary shepherdess. That afternoon, I impatiently told her that I was a relative of the disciplinary officer nearby, that it was an accident that I broke into the sheep pen she guarded, and that it was impossible for me to steal her sheep. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she demanded 20 silver coins from me for scaring one of her milk sheep. Quickrope was immersed in the memories of the past. He snickered. She lost a female sheep with milk, and turned around to extort a fat, rich sheep. Why not? That's how we met the domineering shepherdess and the sheep thief who gave up on himself. Thales watched Quickrope's expression, and found that his gaze was incredibly gentle. He could not help but ask, "What's so special about her?" Quickrope raised his head and curled up the corners of his lips. Oh, Dana was the most special. Quickrope looked like a normal person who was showing off his virtuous wife to his neighbor. His expression was amused, and his tone was smug, especially after she was raised by a boorish old dwarf. She was always smiling, lively, and unrestrained, even after her adoptive father passed away. Even by the Northlanders' standards, she was very unreserved. Her dwarf adoptive father taught her how to herd sheep by swinging a hammer. God, it really hurt when she hit me with her shepherd's staff. Mariah, who had changed his name, was still smiling. Thales could read Quickrope's unique relaxation from his grumbling. Obviously, he did not hate Dana's staff as much as he said. Dana has two jobs. One is shepherding the sheep and milking the cows, and the other is helping out in the tavern. She's a smart girl. When he talked about the girl, Quickrope beamed with delight. She once waved her staff and chased away 5 or 6 sheep thieves. She also beat up the village chief, who had a lustful heart, until he was scared out of his wits. She also used flowery words to coax the customers who tried to take advantage of her into emptying their wallets. She also knew how to use tricks to tease the tavern owner, who deducted her wages. She also fought back against the owner's daughter who bullied her. As he listened to her, Thales lowered his head and pictured this unusual shepherd girl in his mind. She was shrewd, cheerful, and the way she waved her staff was like a fierce and adorable wolf cub. She used her forelimbs to protect her food while she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at the people around her. She often counted the coins hidden under the bed with her eyes glittering, but she was not like the other girls in the village who only wanted to save their dowry and live the rest of their lives on a man who was willing to marry her. She did not dress up in the most glamorous way, hoping to become the mistress of a certain big shot. Because she always believed that her life would not be bound by anything. Quick Rope's eyes dimmed. She was the exact opposite of me. He stared at the lights with an infatuated look. She believed that one day, she would save enough money and board a carriage that would head out of the village. She would arrive at the port of Elafir City, buy a ship, and become a female navigator who explored the world. She would travel around the world and spend her life's brilliance amidst the stormy waves and mirages. A female navigator. Thales remembered something and subconsciously looked at Quick Rope. But she did not know that other than passengers, the sailing ships did not accept women. They thought that women on the sea were ominous. Quick Rope lowered his gaze, but the corners of his lips were still raised. An old sailor told me that it was said that the sea shepherd maiden did not like the same sex. Thales did not speak. I do not know if it was love, or if it was just an inexperienced fondness, but at least when I lay beside Diana, smelled the scent of goat milk on her body, looked at her cheerful and lively smile, and even tasted the softness of her lips, I could forget a lot of unhappy things. Quick Rope said in a daze. In front of her, I was Mariah, not the heir of the Walking Dead. I could speak my truest desires and thoughts aloud. I did not have to tell her that my desire to travel around the world was a dream of becoming a mercenary, to show that I was a tough Northland warrior. Quick Rope stopped, as if he was savoring his emotions at that moment. The moonlight was shrouded by clouds. The low-quality lamp oil slowly ran out, and the simple house made of clay became darker. But no one wanted to turn on the lights again. What happened after that? Thales asked in the darkness. Quick Rope sucked in a breath and changed his posture. He seemed to have just snapped out of his daze and continued his story. Just like that, I went back and forth between Dragoncloud City and my fief. I witnessed the darkness and distortions of power, and at the same time, I felt Diana's happiness and gentleness. For Diana and her dream of traveling around the world, I tried to go against my will and cater to my father's requests, but I resisted his urging me to get married. I racked my brains again and again to convince him that the future Archduke of Dragoncloud City must have a wife who was in line with his political interests, so I could not be hasty. My father was actually very pleased. He thought that I was enlightened and knew how to weigh the pros and cons for Dragoncloud City. Even though he did not know the reason why I suddenly pulled myself together, he did not care about it. He probably thought that disciplining me was the same as disciplining Soria. Quick Rope snorted. There was a faint hint of sadness in his laughter. But of course this could not last. My father still found a good candidate for a wife for me. He asked me to try to amend the Fortress Treaty, even though she and her family were in enemy countries. Fortress Treaty. Enemy countries. At that moment, Thales suddenly raised his head. He could not hide the surprise on his face. So the diplomatic mission you took 6 years ago? Quick Rope nodded and sighed quietly. Yes, 6 years ago, according to the plan, after the treaty was amended, Dragoncloud City was to propose marriage to Duke Arun's only daughter, the Lampard family's mortal enemy, who was a noble of the empire. He shook his head in disgust. Even though Ekstedt had just hanged the old Duke Arund in Cold Castle more than 10 years ago, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Miranda? How is that possible? Quick Rope sighed. Whether it was the marriage proposal or the treaty, they were just means. My father did not want to let Constellation recover slowly after the war, and he also did not want Black Sand Region to use the fortress as an excuse to raise their army. He wanted to test King Kessel and the Arun family, and at the same time, strike Black Sand Region. The reactions of these three would tell us what to do next. So this is the purpose of your diplomatic mission, Thales said in a daze. To prepare for the next war or negotiation, whether it be Constellation or Black Sand Region. New star in Dragon's blood. He tightened his arms. Quick Rope snorted softly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Yes, whether it was to rope in your northern territory, divide Constellation, amend the treaty to obtain benefits, suppress Black Sand Region, or at the same time accumulate prestige for me in the future king selection. My father was always so thorough in his plans. He killed many birds with one stone. He could play a simple matter in so many ways, and the meaning was far-reaching. When King Nuvan was mentioned, Quick Rope's mood became much lower. Don't play against him on the same chessboard, Thales, because you don't know how deep his methods are in this game, and how many cards he has up his sleeves. Quick Rope's expression was indifferent. And those who are toyed with by my father, and don't know it, are extremely sad. Don't play against him on the same chessboard. Those who are toyed with by my father and don't know it. Thales' breathing quickened. He remembered the conversation he had with King Chapman in the carriage. When they talked about King Nuvan, both he and Chapman could sense a hint of respect and chilliness in each other's eyes that came from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that a person who had been dead for many years could still make them so miserable? Quick Rope's tone was filled with complicated melancholy. I guess Chapman and Concret finally realized this after countless failures against the king. Don't play games with King Nuvan. Both of them were silent for a while. What happened next is probably the model for many night novels and bardic poems. Quick Rope forced a smile. My father finally found out that his son and heir was actually infatuated with a shepherdess from the countryside. And because of this, he resisted his mission. Thales raised his eyebrows. I guess the born king wasn't too happy. Not too happy. Quick Rope sneered. There was faint resentment in his tone. Your choice of words is too polite, Thales. And then? Thales asked. Quick Rope paused for a moment. From this moment onwards, his silhouette in the darkness became bleak and desolate. My father sent someone to my fief, Thales. Quick Rope said dejectedly. He found Diana. He found her. There was a long silence. After a long while, Thales finally opened his mouth and asked with great difficulty. What happened? Quick Rope did not seem to have the motivation and desire to continue speaking, but he still spoke again. This time his voice was hoarse. Diana died. The person who spoke was like a walking corpse. He did not move, and there was no sign of life. On the day I heard the news and rushed back to my fief. Thales held his breath. Quick Rope said dryly, as if he was narrating someone else's story. I pushed the white blade guards away like a madman, but I could only find her body in the sheep pen, which had been cold for a long time. There was still a smile on her face. She was poisoned to death. Quick Rope's voice trembled. There was fear and remorse in his voice as he sobbed. They told me that she committed suicide by taking poison, but, Thales, poisoned to death. At that moment, Thales remembered that night in Heroic Spirit Palace. He remembered King Nuvan's exquisite ring. Triumph. He remembered the girl he used to be, Alex. Thales immediately shuddered. The Prince of Constellation held back his words. Only Quick Rope's pained panting could be heard in the house. Finally, Quick Rope calmed down. Chains. Thales snapped out of his daze. What? The chains of power, Thales. At some point in time, Quick Rope's voice became faintly resolute. That night, I stared at Diana's body in a daze, just like how I stared at Soria's body. I suddenly understood that I never broke free from it. Thales listened quietly, but what appeared in his mind was the underground tomb in Renaissance Palace, and the stone jars and urns of various sizes. Raymond Pass in Black Sand region. Ghost Prince Tower in Blade Fang's camp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Quick Rope leaned back, and the back of his head hit the wall heavily. From the moment I was born, I was shackled like this. Regardless of whether it wanted me to restrain myself, be content with the status quo, and be an obedient and harmless viscount, or urge me to change my path and become an ambitious king who intimidates the people, I never escaped. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm deceiving myself as I'm being pulled by it one after the other, one after the other. I finally understand. Quick Rope came to the edge of the bed. He put his legs on the ground, rested his elbows on his knees, leaned forward and stared straight at Thales. I could either obey, submit, and let it lock my body and mind tighter and tighter. Quick Rope's tone made Thales' heart tense. Or I could completely abandon it and become my true self. Thales was silent. Mariah died a long time ago, Thales. He did not die when he was assassinated by the Constellations, or when he fled Heroic Spirit Palace, Quick Rope said coldly. Instead, he died when he began his life as Nuvan's son and the Walton bloodline. And it was not until the night I climbed the black track with difficulty, and crawled out of Dragon Cloud City that the man named Mariah came to life for the first time. On that day, I saw that I was truly using my own hands to save myself, to reverse fate, and to ruthlessly shatter all illusions and flukes. In the darkness, Quick Rope's eyes shone brightly. I completely spurned this power, but in reality, it was a chain that imprisoned me. I resolutely said no to it and everything it represented, including the compulsion and restraint in the glorified name of responsibility, the hypocrisy and pretentiousness known as virtue, and the self-deception known as righteousness. Quick Rope's voice faded away, leaving behind only determination and resolution. After a long time, Thales, who was filled with emotions, finally spoke with difficulty. "So you chose to leave?" Thales sighed and said, "No matter what kind of infamy you might have to bear. A coward, or a shirker." Quick Rope laughed disapprovingly. "You can think whatever you want, but Thales' next sentence caused Quick Rope to be slightly stunned. Perhaps sometimes, compared to obeying the world's gaze and walking down the path that others expect, this requires more courage. There was a hint of emotion in Thales' tone. Perhaps. Quick Rope's gaze on him slowly changed. It was no longer that faintly discernible playfulness, but seriousness. The moonlight peeked through the clouds again, and its silver glow shone down. The two princes stared at each other quietly. Thales sensed the determination and resolution in Quick Rope's eyes, as well as the faint hesitation and bewilderment. Thales could not help but ask, "But how did you do it, Mo Quick Rope? How did you never turn back? Can you really let go of those things so easily? Have you never regretted it during the days you left?" This time, it was Quick Rope's turn to be stunned. He was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales found a hint of struggle between his brows. But in the end, Quick Rope relaxed his brows. 6 years ago, when I came back alive from the sea and heard about the upheaval in Extet and the death of my father, I was also shocked, despaired, and regretted it. But as I said, Quick Rope let out a long, deep sigh. My father's fate was set, regardless of whether I was there or not. As for Dragon Cloud City and Extet, if I'm there, they might become better, but they might also become worse. But I don't think they will become better or worse just because of me. At that moment, Quick Rope was like an old sailor who had experienced too many storms and waves. He was telling a story around the stove at dusk on the day he returned from his last voyage. I don't want to, and I can't, be too greedy to try to control things that are beyond my control. If there are two outcomes in history, should I cry because Dragon Cloud City will wither away without me? Or should I cheer and jump for joy because Dragon Cloud City survived without me? Thales was stunned. The only thing I can do is to save myself. That's all. He said faintly, that's all. And here, in the desert and on the sea, I do my best to maintain the operations of a small fleet, the livelihood of a small shop, the survival of a small team, and help these nobodies who can be counted on one hand. Quick Rope looked through the window at the mottled walls and the desolate alley outside. In fact, I don't think what I do here, and I don't think that the value I can find here is any more insignificant or lowly than when I'm in the secret chamber in Dragon Cloud City, moving my chips around like an immovable mountain, talking and laughing with the suzerains, talking about historical missions, the national economy, and the people's livelihood. I just chose a life that belongs to me alone. Thales listened quietly. He could not hide the surprise in his eyes. In the end, the Prince of Constellation looked away and exhaled. He looked as if he had just fought a big battle. He was a little tired. "I'm sorry, Quick Rope." Thales leaned against the wall and relaxed. He smiled faintly. "Just now, I said some inappropriate and self-righteous things to criticize you. You know, when I suddenly met the culprit who made you a hostage in a foreign country for 6 years. Thales spread his hands. Quick Rope looked up. There was a smile in his eyes. "I understand. So you've calmed down? Is the interrogation over?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The once unfamiliar hostility slowly disappeared. "Yes. I understand. That was your choice," Thales said softly, letting go of the grudge in his heart. "And I have no right to comment on it. I respect your choice." Quick Rope took a deep breath. He said these two short words softly, but he could not help but feel sentimental. Thank you. Don't misunderstand. I don't completely agree with your views. Thales twisted his waist to soothe his bleeding back. Especially when it comes to the operation of history, or your opinion on responsibility. Quick Rope blinked. But you said that you respect my choice. This is far more valuable than completely agreeing. Quick Rope quietly watched Thales' silhouette in the dark. He smiled. Thank you. Thales raised his eyebrows. All right, I accept. He snorted softly. But Quick Rope shook his head. No. This thank you is for Alex. At that moment, Thales froze. Quick Rope looked at Thales seriously. In your story about Dragon Cloud City, you talked about so many things that can be considered secrets. The duel, the calamity, Ruba, and the coronation. You seem to have witnessed it with your own eyes, but you didn't mention yourself. Either you're purely boasting, like a street vendor who hears hearsay. He narrowed his eyes. Or you were in it at that time, Thales Jadestar. So, thank you for helping her, the current Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, on that seemingly terrifying night. Thales exhaled heavily. Thales frowned and said, Did you just say that your grades in politics class are very bad? Quick Rope shrugged and smiled again. Of course I can't compare to a certain someone who slaughtered everyone in the national conference. No. Thales shook his head. Without waiting for him to speak, he answered his own question. I was thinking, Quick Rope, that you might be very smart. Smarter than most of the nobles who seem to be shrewd and intelligent. Thales sighed. It's just that your teacher didn't notice. Quick Rope's smile froze a little. He sneered and continued with the topic just now. I know what that girl's personality is like, Quick Rope said faintly. Quick Rope said faintly. Although Alex is very annoying, aside from her mother's looks, she also inherited her father's pride and arrogance, but she's not a bad girl. It's just that she was a little arrogant during her childhood when she was undisciplined. Thales felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Alex. As he listened to Quick Rope talk about the girl in his memory, his heart felt empty. What appeared in his eyes was the painful convulsions before her death. No. Thales thought in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. No. Mariah. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very relieved to have you watching over her. Quick Rope snorted and laughed. So thank you, Thales. Thank you for doing so much for her, whether it's what I know or what I don't know. But the girl in my memory is already. Thales clenched his teeth. Be careful, Thales. Quick Rope narrowed his eyes at him and changed the topic. Although I've said it before, regardless of whether someone cares for you or someone cares for you, but the love between you might be more bumpy than mine and Dana's. At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. Love. Quick Rope, you misunderstood, Thales sighed. But Quick Rope interrupted him. Don't think that this is very far away from you, Thales. In this era, bloodline and family background are a curse. Quick Rope placed his hands on his knees and pointed at Thales. His expression was solemn. With your status, there will come a day when someone's family, friends, people with prestige, and people you trust will come to you and tell you righteously and sternly that for a greater benefit, for a greater number of people, and for a greater goal, you must surrender yourself, including your love, your life, and your freedom. Surrender to them, become their captive, and join their game. Thales was stunned. And your choice will determine what kind of person you are. Quick Rope stared at Thales, making the latter rather uneasy. Quick Rope's expression did not change. But no matter what you choose, no matter what you sacrifice or leave behind, you have to make sure that this is your own choice, Thales. Don't let others decide for you. The former Prince of Extet's gaze tensed. Never. Thales stared at him in a daze. At that moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. His entire mind was filled with pity for Alex, guilt for deceiving Mariah, worry for little rascal's future, lament for the chains of power, and not knowing whether to laugh or cry at the misunderstanding. It was incredibly complicated. He had nothing to say. As for me, don't worry. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. His smile was sincere and simple. Once I get rid of Dean, I will go far away. I won't return to Dragon Cloud City, and I won't show myself. I won't cause trouble for my niece. Of course, I won't cause trouble for you either. This is my promise, the promise of a Northlander. The light was too dim, and he did not notice that Thale's expression was not quite right. He said seriously, if you really love her, Thales, you and Alex, then you will have my blessings, even though you cannot publicize Mariah Walton's blessings. Separation is only temporary. I hope that you will meet again soon, and that you will eventually be a family. I wish that. Alex and I. Meet again soon? Where will we meet again? The teenager's face twitched slightly. He did not know whether he should expose or refuse. In the end he sighed and said nothing. In the face of the hopeful Quick Rope, the Prince of Constellation forced an ugly and awkward smile. Chapter 397. In the quiet and remote little house, the two of them looked at each other. What should we do next? Thales said worriedly. I mean you. Quick Rope shrugged. Find a good explanation for this scene. Louisa and the others should be back tomorrow morning. I don't want to be caught red-handed by them. You're not leaving right away? Dean is dead, and Quick Rope, who was in the same team, is missing. Quick Rope rejected him bluntly. Do you think the people in the secret room are fools? I need to find a cover, Thales. I need to find someone who won't be suspicious. Thales stared at Dean on the ground and said thoughtfully, but a lie always needs more lies to cover it up, unless we can guarantee that this guy has mysteriously disappeared and no one knows about it, and that he will never appear again. Quick Rope rolled his eyes and put on a fawning expression. If you don't intend to kill me or capture me to do anything shameful, Honorable Prince Thales. Quick Rope rubbed his hands and looked like he was trying to sell insurance money. Can you go to the Constellation officials in the camp and ask them to dispose of the body in secret? I'll be innocent, you'll go home, everyone will be happy. Thales snorted softly. Do you think the people in the Secret Intelligence Department are fools? Quick Rope blinked. But you're a prince. Thales frowned. What I mean is. Quick Rope extended his hands and patted himself, then politely gestured to Thales. He smiled awkwardly and said, the kind that can see the light. Prince, see the light? Thales sighed and refused. The composition of the Constellation army in the camp is complicated. The main force is searching for me in the desert. The local nobles and the central forces of the royal family don't like each other. They give me a bad feeling. It's better not to count on them to keep their mouths shut for me. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. Oh my bright moon, do you see this? This is the chain of power. He shook his finger and clicked his tongue. Be careful, Thales, you're already trapped in it. Thales rolled his eyes at him without hiding it. How about this? You can tell your people half of the truth to cover for me. Quick Rope scratched his head. For example, this secret room spy is here to capture you. Thales shook his head. You've been outside for too long, Quick Rope. You've underestimated how paranoid those people can be. The spy sent by the secret room has been lurking in the shadows for 5 whole years. As long as it's the connections he's in contact with, the places he's been to, the news he's concerned about on a daily basis, his unique behavior, and his intentional dressing. I don't think the Secret Intelligence Department would miss these things. Do you want to bet your life on the Black Prophet's carelessness, or on his pure kindness? Quick Rope's face fell. Phew, maybe I shouldn't have shown up. He leaned against the wall miserably. Indeed, I shouldn't have, Thales muttered. When Quick Rope heard that, he protested. Hey, I just saved your butt. Thales pursed his lips. How do you know that I will definitely suffer? Thales stared at Dean, who was on the ground, as he racked his brains for a solution. He did not forget to retaliate. I'm the best at desperate counterattacks. Quick Rope gave him a look that said, I'd be a fool to believe you. Then, we can only deal with him ourselves. Thales sighed in resignation. All right. The young man stood up and picked up his luggage. Where are we going to dig? Digging? Just the two of us amateurs? Quick Rope patted Thales earnestly and wagged his finger. No, we'll definitely be discovered. What do you mean? Quick Rope looked like he had been through this before. He smiled mysteriously and said, This is Blade Fang's camp. We'll follow the rules here. Thales put on a look as if he was all ears. We have to find a professional, the kind who will do anything for money and won't ask too many questions. Quick Rope shook his head, and his eyes became brighter. He's experienced and has a lot of connections. He knows how to deal with a corpse quietly. Thales thought of something. A professional? You're talking about? Quick Rope snapped his fingers. Yes, that's him. As he stared at Quick Rope's faintly smiling face, Thales suddenly had an ominous feeling. 10 minutes later. We'll be there after we turn a corner. Wait, let's keep a lookout first. All right, we can go. Hey, be gentler, gentler. This guy is so heavy. Under the dim moonlight, Thales and Quick Rope laboriously carried a sack the size of a man, one in front of the other, and turned a corner. They bent their backs, tiptoed, and walked through the alley sneakily. Visiting him at this hour. Are you sure it's a good idea? Thales panted. They arrived in front of an inconspicuous wooden door. Quick Rope gritted his teeth and nodded. Don't worry, Tampa is definitely at home. Put it down first. You know, my home is booked tonight. But Quick Rope's hand, which was about to knock on the door, stopped in midair. Strange. Quick Rope stared at the lock on the wooden door. The lock is outside. Tampa didn't come back? Ha, you're really reliable. Thales put down the sack laboriously and beat his numb shoulders as he said sarcastically. Next, we can only. What are you doing? He was stunned by Quick Rope's actions. At some point in time, Quick Rope already had 3 iron rods in his mouth. He still had 2 of them in his hands, and he was fiddling with the lock on the door. Picking the lock. Quick Rope said in a muffled voice, We can't just hide outside like this. We might as well go in and wait for him. That's not what I meant. Thales lowered his voice and said anxiously, Are you sure you won't be treated as a thief and beaten up? Calm down, calm down. Quick Rope was calm and composed. You don't know the rules of the world. When it comes to this kind of business, you have your own ways. As long as you have enough money, you don't have to care too much about the other details. When he saw that the lock in his hand did not budge, he calmly switched to another iron rod. Thales frowned. Wait, where did you learn how to pick locks? You know, when I first arrived in Camus Union, life was not easy. Quick Rope snorted softly and switched to a second iron rod. I had to learn another skill. Thales widened his eyes. A skill? If your father knew that his son was a thief in Camus Union. He said in disbelief. I'm sorry, I embarrassed Raikuru and Chara by being a thief. Quick Rope said sarcastically without any apologies. He impatiently switched to the third iron rod. But seriously, damn it, Tampa must have gotten a new lock. This thing is even tighter than a virgin. What was I talking about? Annoyed, he clumsily shook the unmovable lock. In the end, he had no choice but to switch to the first iron rod. Do you really know how to pick locks? Thales looked at him doubtfully. You don't understand, but I've been on the streets before. Quick Rope said nonchalantly. His hands did not stop moving, but cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. You have to know that not just anyone can become a thief. Thales sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer. In the next second, the Prince of Constellation snatched the iron rod and lock from Quick Rope's hands and pushed him to the side. Hey, don't mess around. Quick Rope glared at Thales and protested in dissatisfaction. Picking locks is a technical skill. Not everyone knows how to. During the time he spoke, click. There was a barely audible sound of the mechanism. Quick Rope froze for a moment. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He turned around and casually tossed the item in his hand. Quick Rope caught the item Thales threw in a flurry, and he was immediately stunned. Clang. The iron rod in his mouth fell to the ground. Quick Rope stared at the item in his hand in a daze. His mouth was so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. Impossible. His voice was laced with an aggrieved sob. It was 2 iron rods stuck in it, something that had already been opened, the lock. 3 seconds later. Why, Quick Rope held the lock. His face was filled with grief and indignation, as if he had been deceived. He said in a trembling voice, Why are you so skilled? The Prince of Constellation shrugged indifferently, and opened the wooden door with a relaxed expression. Come on. Thales pointed at the lock in a nonchalant manner. Picking locks is something like, everyone knows how to do it. Quick Rope froze. Once he finished speaking, the prince, who was trying his best to hold back his laughter, bent down to worry about the sack. Quick Rope was left alone, staring at the lock in his hand in disbelief. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His emotions were complicated. He looked at the lock, then at Thal's back. Maybe no, definitely. I must have pried it loose first, he said dryly. Yes, that must be it. It must be. When he thought of this, Quick Rope's mood became much better. If that's the case, Quick Rope smiled and thought contentedly, my skills have improved. In the past, this kind of lock can't be opened. But just as the two princes bent down and were about to lift the sack, two light swords silently extended from the darkness behind the door, and were placed on Thal's and Quick Rope's necks. Both of them were shocked. Look, what kind of guest did we have? A face appeared in the house, but it was not Tampa's. It was an unfamiliar young woman. She wore dark red leather armor, and her hair was braided around her forehead. She held two swords at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. There was a faint smile on her face. Two lousy thieves. As she spoke, the sword in the woman's hand turned slightly. Thales felt a chill on his neck. He exchanged a frightened look with Quick Rope, and they fought to raise their hands. Thales gritted his teeth and said to Quick Rope, Are you sure we've pried the right door? Quick Rope stared at the woman behind the door in fear as well. He understood what Quick Rope meant. He understood what Thales meant and said, That's right, the last time I came. Hey, stop chatting. The woman shook the sword in her hand and said scornfully, Thieves, I didn't allow you to speak. In the next second, while the woman was distracted, Thales and Quick Rope swayed to the left and right in tacit understanding. They used the narrow angle of the door to dodge to the sides to avoid the blade. Wow. The woman was slightly shocked when her sword missed. You're quite skilled thieves. But the danger was not over yet. Thales heard footsteps from his left and right through his hell senses. Again he froze. At some point in time, two unfamiliar men stood behind them expressionlessly. One of them was burly, and the other was lean. But both of them raised their swords and placed them against Thales and Quick Rope's lower backs. Thales and Quick Rope had to raise their hands again. These three people. Sweat broke out on Thales' forehead. With his hell senses, he could sense that the three people exuded a cold aura. Their hands that held their swords were steady and powerful. Their muscles were tense and relaxed, and their breathing was rhythmic. The power of eradication in their bodies surged ceaselessly. They were obviously skilled fighters. Thales glared at Quick Rope indignantly. What's going on? Quick Rope rolled his eyes in resignation. I don't know either. They're just two thieves. One of the unfamiliar swordsmen behind them said coldly. Tampa really knows how to exaggerate. The woman in the dark red dress smiled faintly and raised her swords. Then hurry up. Thales and Quick Rope trembled at the same time. Wait. Quick Rope blurted out in a moment of panic. You must be the bodyguards Tampa hired, right? We're here to. I'm here to discuss business with him. Thales quickly finished his sentence. The woman's sword stopped moving. To talk business with Tampa? She frowned. By picking the lock. It's a shady business. Forgive me. Quick Rope forced a smile. The woman in red and the two swordsmen exchanged glances. One of the swordsmen kicked the sack on the ground, then frowned and said, There's a person inside. To be precise, it's a corpse. Thales nodded awkwardly. So we had to pick the lock. Can you understand? The woman raised her head suspiciously. You know Tampa? Yes, we're very close. I'm his business partner. Quick Rope was beaming with joy. At the same time, he did not forget to signal Thales with his eyes. Very good. Thales nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. We even drank together today. The woman in red and the swordsman looked at each other again and nodded. All right. The young woman snorted softly and walked out of the door. Come with us. Tampa won't stay here tonight. Thales and Quick Rope breathed a sigh of relief. But the swordsmen behind them did not hold back. They still used the tips of their swords to force the two of them to follow. Carry your goods. One of the swordsmen said coldly. Be gentle, don't play tricks. You don't want to alarm the patrols, right? Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other helplessly. They could feel the tip of the sword pressed against their waists, but they could only obediently do as they were told. Under the watchful eyes of the four swords, the two of them carried the sack while trembling with fear. They purposely chose a quiet path and walked through the streets again. They soon arrived at a new location. My home tavern. This made Thales and Quick Rope breathe a sigh of relief. At least, this was indeed Tampa's territory. Looks like they're indeed from Tampa, Quick Rope said in dissatisfaction. That stingy guy is really becoming more and more paranoid. The swordswoman in red knocked on the tavern door 4 times in a rhythmic manner. Listen, I'll negotiate later, Quick Rope said in a low voice. But as he stared at the familiar signboard above his head, the Prince of Constellation suddenly thought of something. If these people are bodyguards hired by Tampa to watch over his house, then Tampa's house, why was it locked from the outside? And tonight wasn't my home tavern. The tavern door opened. Before they could think further, Thales and Quick Rope were pushed into the tavern by the swordswoman behind them. The moment Quick Rope and Thales walked into the tavern, dozens of pairs of eyes shot towards them. The two people carrying the sack were stunned. There were many people in the tavern. All of them were armed and ready for battle. A suffocating murderous aura came at them. Quick Rope mumbled. There was no need for him to remind them. Thales recognized them. They were Blood Whistle, the mercenary group known as the 100 Men Group. Yes, they had booked the entire tavern tonight. But they did not have the drunken, relaxed, and partying scene that Thales imagined. On the contrary, the tavern was eerily quiet. Even the whispers of these mercenaries were low-key and quiet, showing that they were well-trained. Thales' heart was filled with unease. What is going on? What happened to the tavern? Where's Tampa? Let's go inside. The swordswoman in red turned her head and said, Tampa is inside, discussing business with our boss. The mercenaries of Blood Whistle were either sitting or standing. Some were leaning against the wall, some were leaning against the pillar, some were propped up against the table, some were even sitting on the stairs, leaning against the railing on the second floor, and some were even hiding in the corner. Most of them were relaxed, but their gazes were bright. They're like soldiers guarding a bunker. No, Thales shook his head in his heart. Based on the atmosphere, they're like soldier ants guarding an ant nest. When they saw the two princes enter, these people's expressions changed. Their gazes were fierce, and they harbored malicious intentions. Thales panicked and cast a glance at the equally surprised and bewildered Quick Rope. Something doesn't seem right? Quick Rope returned him a glance anxiously. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Under the dozens of cold and terrifying gazes, Thales braced himself. He carried the sack, ignored the malicious smile of the fierce man on his left, and followed the swordswoman forward. A mercenary with a sword on his back and a shield on his back stood in front of them. He raised his hand to stop them from moving forward. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up Thales and Quick Rope. Marina, the mercenary said coldly. They have weapons. The swordswoman in red named Marina turned her head around to look at Thales. She looked at the daggers, machetes, and crossbows on their bodies, then laughed involuntarily. Why, Sean, do you think the boss and the others will be afraid of this? As Marina laughed, many of the mercenaries who were sizing up Thales also laughed. But compared to Dante's greatsword and the friendly and casual atmosphere, Thales could only feel waves of murderous intent and coldness from the people of Blood Whistle. These people. Thales looked around with an unpleasant expression. He felt that he had fallen into another pit. It was filled with muddy water. Sean, the mercenary who blocked the way, laughed. He seemed to be amused by the joke as well. He patted Marina's shoulder and made way for them. Thales and Quick Rope walked into the center of the tavern anxiously with the sack on their shoulders. Here, the mercenaries maintained their distance, and they were scattered rather sparsely. Only 4 people sat at an empty table in the middle. Thales recognized the man with the scar on his neck at first glance. Tampa. Quick Rope's expression relaxed, and the sack rolled down from his shoulder. He endured the strange atmosphere around him. Hey, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. But Thales noticed that Tampa's expression was extremely unpleasant at that moment, and his sitting posture was stiff. Quick Rope? And you? The tavern owner frowned and looked at the two people who came in incredulously. Of course it's us. I say you're really. Quick Rope's expression was stiff, and his voice slowly became softer. Am I interrupting something? Tampa did not answer him, but his expression became even more unpleasant. The other three people at the empty table turned their heads around. A thought appeared in Thale's mind. He recognized the people in front of him. Ricky, who had a smile on his face, the indifferent middle-aged Northlander, and the masked swordsman who had seen the vicissitudes of life. It's them. The first three people from Blood Whistle who came to the tavern and booked a table. I only met these two people just now. Marina put her swords back into the scabbards at her waist, and pursed her lips at Ricky. They were obviously picking the lock, but they said they wanted to do business with him. Ricky nodded. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Quick Rope. His gaze made Thales feel terrified, as if he had been seen through from the inside out. Thank you, Marina, he said politely. You've been a great help. Marina nodded in understanding and retreated to the side. I recognize you. Ricky sized up the two of them and chuckled softly. Dante's greatsword. And you're new to it. Thales and Quick Rope forced a mournful smile. Listen, Tampa. Quick Rope was the first to speak, and he looked like a simple-minded fool. We're done with the business you asked me to do, and we're here tonight to report. He kicked the sack under his feet. At the empty table, Tampa had a strange expression on his face. Ricky turned to Tampa. The tavern owner's face twitched and he coughed. All right, I got it. Listen, Quick Rope, you go back first. I'll find time to talk business with you tomorrow. I can tell. A thought appeared in Quick Rope's mind. You're a little busy right now. It's fine, we can talk tomorrow. Marina giggled by the side. Ricky was deep in thought. Thales nudged Quick Rope gently. The two of them bent down in tacit understanding, ready to pick up the sack. But Thales had only bent down halfway, when a boot stopped on the sack in front of his chest. Listen to your mother and stand still, thieves. Marina sat on a chair by the side, raised her slender thighs, and hooked them against Thales' chest with a smile. Thales and Quick Rope glanced at the two swords at Marina's waist, then at the mercenaries around them from the corner of their eyes. They could only straighten their backs in embarrassment. This is bad. It looks like it won't be easy to get away. Ricky, the leader of the mercenaries, spoke. Oh, so they're the backup you claim to be? Your reliable security consultant. Thales frowned. Ricky sighed and lowered his arm. You're so humorous, Tampa. Tampa looked like he had met an unlucky victim, and he covered his face in pain. Quick Rope put on a baffled expression, then forced a smile. Actually, Thales coughed, and his words were stuck in his mouth. All right, the teenager said slowly. He looked at Tampa, then at Ricky. He raised his hands to show that he was harmless while he said carefully, I know, sirs, that we might not have come at the right time. But honestly, I don't understand and I don't want to know what's going on with you right now, so no matter where you are. Tampa's face became more and more dispirited. He coughed loudly, and his tone was unfriendly. Then get lost. Thales and Quick Rope followed his advice, and bent down for the second time to pick up the sack that was out of their reach. But they stopped in the middle of the journey. At some point in time, Marina's sword was placed horizontally in front of their chests. Ah! The delicate and pretty woman opened her mouth playfully, waved the sword in her hand, and clicked her tongue maliciously. If you don't listen to your mother, you'll be spanked. Thales and Quick Rope straightened their backs again with unpleasant expressions on their faces. Ricky sighed, raised his head and smiled. You really don't understand the situation, but it's okay, I'll tell you. The situation is very simple. Ricky flashed a friendly smile at the two, then pointed at Tampa and said softly, We Blood Whistle are in Tampa's tavern. Chapter 398. Thales and Quick Rope stared at the tavern owner, who was sitting at the empty table. He was sweating profusely, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. What was the probability of running into the tavern owner and being robbed when they went out to dispose of corpses at night? Marina, where's your manners? Why don't you invite our two new friends to sit down? Ricky still looked easy to talk to. Give them a drink while you're at it. Forget about the wine. I need them to stay awake. When he said these words, he fixed his gaze on Tampa. Give them a drink and stay awake. Thales and Quickrope stared at each other in surprise and bewilderment. They communicated their feelings with their eyes. What's going on? I don't know. The mercenaries around them still stared coldly at the two newcomers. They whispered and sneered at them, exuding their unique might. Marina raised her eyebrows and gestured at Thales and Quickrope with her chin. She kicked an empty table beside her. Did you hear that? Thales and Quickrope looked at each other and wondered whether they should sit down. Marina sighed. She lowered her head and drew out two swords with a swoosh. And when she raised her head again with a ferocious glare. Thales and Quickrope had already appeared on the chairs beside the empty table. It was as if they had teleported. They propped their hands on the table and sat upright. They showed their white front teeth and smiled obediently. Their speed, good attitude, and sweet smiles made Marina, who was ready to see some blood, feel slightly defeated. The mercenaries behind them brought 2 drinks from the bar counter and placed them on the table without hesitation. Thales and Quickrope subconsciously shrank back. They pulled their hands away from the table and tried to stay away from the 2 drinks. What, are you worried that it's poisonous? Marina looked at them scornfully. We're not thirsty, said the obedient Thales. We're really not thirsty, said the obsequious Quickrope. Marina sighed again when she saw the sincerity in the duo's eyes. Is that so? Why do I feel like? She raised the sword in her hand, and the 2 mercenaries behind her quietly took a step forward. You'd rather leave your hands empty, so that it's easier for you to hold your weapons at any time. Right after he finished speaking, Thales and Quickrope stretched out their hands in unison. They extended and retracted their hands and swiftly picked up their wine glasses. Both of them raised their heads at the same time and revealed friendly smiles. No, you flatter me. His movements were smooth and fluid. Marina's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the 2 giggling people. She snorted in disdain and put away her weapon. On the other side, the leader of the mercenaries, Ricky, looked at their expressions and sighed softly. Judging from the expressions of these 2 new guests, I'm guessing that you were just bluffing earlier, Tampa? Tampa, the main character who was hijacked, coughed with an unpleasant expression. Listen up, the camp won't just sit back and watch. Ricky, who was watching the 2 new customers with interest, shifted his gaze back to the owner. They're busy killing everyone in the desert, and this is just a personal grudge, Ricky said with a smile. So, they really won't care. Tampa's expression became more and more stiff. You know that you're destroying Blood Whistle's reputation. No employer or referral will be willing to hire someone with a criminal record. Reputation, Ricky said nonchalantly. Don't you know that this is a one-time deal? We're prepared to leave Blade Fang's camp and even quit this business. Thales, who held his wine glass tightly, looked around at the mercenaries in the tavern. Their silence added an inexplicable sense of tension to the atmosphere. A one-time deal. These words made Thales extremely uneasy. It meant that this group of people did not care about the possible consequences. Then he and Quickrope, the 2 people who were dragged into this for no reason. What should they do to get out safely? I have no grudge against Blood Whistle. Tampa slammed the table, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Ricky. Hey, before this, your people were the ones who were blind and touched the big shot's cheese. That's why they were captured by the camp. I've already tried my best to plead for you. While Tampa defended himself, the middle-aged man named Klein beside Ricky shook his head and could not help but laugh. He said to the masked man, Are you blind? Shut up, was masked man's blunt reply. Thales watched their interaction quietly. According to Ricky's introduction today, Klein was a swordsman from Northland, and masked man had a dangerous identity. They had just joined Blood Whistle. But judging by their current behavior, they did not feel distant from each other like when they first joined the team, just like Quickrope and Dante's greatsword. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. These 2 people had just arrived, and they sat at the same table as the leader of the team. The other mercenaries in the tavern, including the seemingly experienced Marina, actually did not have any opinion about this. There's something wrong. Thales made a mental note of his suspicions. This so-called mercenary team. It's not that simple. If you blame this on me, or want to earn a fortune before you leave, then you're looking at the wrong people. Tampa continued to defend himself, but Ricky held up a finger, silencing all three of them. This has nothing to do with business. And it has nothing to do with grudges, old friend, he said faintly. Tampa froze for a moment. Then what do you want? Mercenaries? Ricky's lips curled up. What we want might be a little much. A hint of shrewdness and prudence appeared in his eyes. But first, you can answer a question for us. Tampa frowned. When he saw the scene and how Ricky did not hide his question from them, Thales immediately felt that something was wrong. Ricky's expression became serious. About 20 years ago, there was a mercenary team called the 9 Powerhouses. There's a mercenary team called the 9 Giants that is active around the desert. You know about it, right? Just today, I heard you talking about it with that young man. Ricky pointed at Thales. Everyone's gazes made the latter's smile numb. 9 Powerhouses? What's that? Tampa talked about this thing? Tampa looked at Ricky suspiciously. So, Ricky nodded. The leader of that team is a young man with pretty good skills. He's about 40 or 50 years old now. Ricky placed one hand on the table and slowly rubbed his fingers, as if he was recalling something. His swordsmanship is very special. His offense and defense are independent, and his skills are a mixture of many different styles. But when he connects them, it is smooth and natural. When he fights against his enemies, he often surprises them and catches them off guard. Thales noticed that a few of the silent mercenaries in the distance had tense expressions on their faces. On the other side of the table, Masked Man suddenly spoke. Even when he faces powerful enemies or even attacks from all sides, he can withstand the pressure and not be at a disadvantage. His voice was old. Ricky nodded slightly and looked into the distance. His gaze was profound. Exactly. He turned to Tampa. Who is he? Tampa was stunned for a moment. Just because of this? This is very important. You are the owner of this place. You should understand him, Ricky said quietly. Tampa took a deep breath. This is a little too long ago. 20 years ago, the 9 Powerhouses. At that time, I was just an idiot who lived a hard life, he shrugged. How could I possibly know? Ricky blinked and nodded amicably. You might not be old enough, but the leader of the mercenaries leaned forward, and a confident expression appeared on his face. This is my home. Tampa looked baffled. So what? This is a tavern, not the secret intelligence department. Ricky snorted coldly. You know, you have a pretty good signboard. Tampa froze a little. More than 200 years ago, the first Supreme Queen in Constellation's history appeared. Erica Jadestar, who succeeded to the throne and was crowned as the Crown Princess, once defeated the Extensions so badly that they retreated in panic. They even had to shrink their borders and give up on Cold Castle. This is the origin of that joke. Constellation can only defeat Extet under the leadership of women and children, regardless of whether it is Sumer I who died at the tender age of 12, Queen Asola who personally went into battle, or the Empress Dowager Iron Spike, Queen Erica, or the Fortress Flower. As he listened to Ricky's words, Masked Man snorted in disdain. Erica the Conqueror of the North. Thales had heard of this history before. Of course, it was from the perspective of the Northlanders who were filled with righteous indignation. It was said that Princess Erica was dissolute and had endless desires. Before she was crowned, it was difficult for her to marry because of her terrible reputation, and the fact that her biological father was an illegitimate child, whose father was a mystery. For the sake of power, she did not hesitate to use her beauty and body to seduce her enemies and instigate them to support her crown. She even seduced Sid Schuster in a sinister and despicable manner. The wise common elected king of Extet sternly rejected the queen's flashy beauty and ugly heart. He said no. Thales History Book Note 4. Despite sticking to the interests and integrity of the Northlanders, he was captured by the enraged whore queen. He was captured across provinces from Fort Final to Eternal Star City. Thales History Book Note 13. Unfortunately, he fell into her clutches. His body was honest. Thales History Book Note 15. He was locked in the castle, imprisoned all year round, tortured every night, and humiliated. Every time little rascal saw this, she would ask Thales out of curiosity why he smiled so strangely. At the same time, the despicable and shameless Constellations gathered their troops in secret, and seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Extensions, who were worried about the king's safety, why is he not dead yet? Thales History Book Note 24. Who were leaderless and disunited, resisted tenaciously. They fought bravely and built an unyielding line of defense in front of Cold Castle. Then they lost Cold Castle. Thales History Book Note 37. In the end, they crushed Constellation's Whore Queen's plot to enslave Northland. Incidentally, the history book filled with Thales' nonsensical words and personal notes was eventually discovered by Gings, the female official. As the Archduchess guard, Lord Nicholas was filled with emotion after he read it. Impressed, he decided to let it join the firewood in the fireplace and contribute to the warmth of Heroic Spirit Palace during the cold winter. Thales shook his head and pulled his attention back to what was in front of him. Ricky continued. But Erica's later years were not very happy. The conqueror of the north was usurped by her younger brother, and she had no choice but to go into exile in the western desert. She died of depression after being besieged day after day and being betrayed endlessly. The forces loyal to Queen Erica fled to Bladefang's Dune. With the tacit consent of the Duke of Western Desert, they were not willing to serve the cruel Red King and join his repeated conquests and suppression of rebellions. They were also not willing to go far away and be buried. Hence, they chose to continue fighting for the Duke and the country at the western border in the name of mercenaries. Ricky pointed at the door and said with a smile, "This is Queen Erica's last wine goblet." Tampa took a deep breath. This was also the glorious history of the Western Desert mercenaries, or what they thought it was. From then on, this tavern, my home, became the command center for the mercenaries in Western Desert that they could not speak of. Ricky stared at him without blinking. It has been more than 200 years. Politics have changed, and the throne has changed. But my home has always been the center for the mercenaries in Western Desert. It is the holy land in many people's hearts. And you, Tampa, are like the previous owners of this place. You took over the position of the previous owner and obtained information. You wander between the black and white, and you act as a middleman in this holy land of mercenaries. On one hand, you come into contact with the official forces in the camp, and on the other hand, you provide protection for the mercenaries who wander outside the kingdom and the law. You introduce jobs to them, and you have the right to be their guarantor. Every mercenary or group with even the slightest bit of experience who comes to Bladefang's camp will come here to greet the local tyrant and build connections. So, you know the general situation and even the details of almost every mercenary group. As long as they visit this place and look for business, they will leave a record. Tampa exhaled slowly. In this chaotic camp, you might not be the one with the most authority and strength, Tampa, but you're definitely the one who knows the most. Ricky's gaze turned fierce. Perhaps you know a little too much. See, we did not come to you without reason. Tampa furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Now tell me, Tampa. Who is he? Where is he now? Ricky said softly, the leader of the 9 powerhouses who uses a sword. Klein and Masked Man, who were at the same table, also turned to Tampa and stared at the tavern owner from both sides. The mercenaries' gazes became even more terrifying. Tampa clenched his teeth, and his expression twitched. But he still shook his head. No, it was more than 20 years ago. It was too long ago, and they disbanded a long time ago. I don't remember at all. Ricky's smile slowly disappeared. It seems that you don't understand our determination to come here today, he said coldly. Once he finished speaking, Ricky nodded slightly at Marina. Marina flashed a mysterious smile and placed her hands on the shoulders of the 2 new guests. Thales and Quickrope turned their heads and looked at her in puzzlement. What is she trying to do? But in the next moment, Thales felt a bone-piercing chill come from the spot where Marina's palm was placed. It went straight into his body. Thales shuddered. Cold. Extreme cold. It was as if someone had suddenly replaced all his blood with ice water. It flowed through his veins. At that moment, Thales' face turned pale. This is Not only that, the cold also brought with it an unbearable dull pain. It was like a pair of brothers who charged forward without regard for retreat. It was violent and crazy, and it attacked his nerves inch by inch. *T. Realizing that something was wrong, Thales shrunk his body and tried to resist the terrifying power. Quick Rope reacted faster than he did. "Aha!" the former Prince of Extet screamed. Quick Rope widened his eyes. His expression was terrified and pained, as if he had seen the legendary ferryman of Hell's River. His face contorted in the strange cold. Tampa stared at the two people who were being tortured, dumbfounded. The mercenaries, on the other hand, looked calm. They even had smiles on their faces, as if they were used to this. Thales also gritted his teeth in pain. The cold made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, but his whole body was numb, and it was difficult for him to get rid of it. At this moment, boom. A power that had been dormant for a few days suddenly woke up in Thales' body. The sin of Hell's River was like a beast that had been released from its cage, or a flood that had broken through a dam. It reacted with explosive speed and rhythm, and filled Thales' body. It charged towards the violent and cold power. What's wrong? Thales did not have time to react. In the span of a breath, the sin of Hell's River met that power. Immediately, Thales could not stop himself from trembling. But it was not because of the cold and the torment of the dull pain. In fact, the feeling that the power gave him slowly disappeared, regardless of whether it was cold or pain. But the other monster attacked without hesitation. The sin of Hell's River surged and filled his whole body inch by inch, like an enraged beast. It rose and fell violently, and the speed at which it moved was second only to the few times he was on the verge of death. Thales was shocked. What's going on? That was not all. The sin of Hell's River was like a bewitching potion that quietly climbed into his heart. Hell's senses were activated on their own without him needing to summon them. His eyes subconsciously focused on Marina's vitals. Her eyes, throat, chest, armpits, lower abdomen. That was not all. Thales saw a lot of things. The other party's power of eradication surged madly, and gathered in Marina's hands and arms. It slowed down the fatigue of her muscles and nerves, and strengthened the senses on her skin, so that she could predict her opponent's next attack. At the same time, it also had a terrifying aggressiveness that would spread madly with every violent collision. Thales suddenly realized that he knew all of this. Thales shook his hands and felt the position of the dagger behind his waist. But, as long as I move properly, I can take her by surprise and kill her. An urge to attack spread in Thales' mind, making him want to attack immediately. It was very comfortable. This urge made him very comfortable. I really want to. Under the urging of the sin of Hell's River, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the dagger. But at that moment, Thales felt a strange, piercing pain in his forehead. What followed was an inexplicable coolness that spread in his mind. A strange and faint ringing in his ears rose. Forever. The coolness and ringing in his ears seemed to have some sort of effect. It almost instantly cut off the connection between the sin of Hell's River and Thales. The urge to attack disappeared. It was only then that Thales came to his senses. He took a deep breath, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Many of the mercenaries in the tavern, including Ricky, Clay, and Masked Man, frowned and stared at him strangely. He stared at Thales, who was panting with his head lowered. It was as if there was something different about him. On the other side. No. Quick Rope's face was still contorted, and his screams were endless. He could not stop trembling, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Marina, who was pressing down on their shoulders, looked at Quick Rope, who was in unbearable pain, then at Thales, who seemed to be completely fine. She became even more confused. She let out a puzzled "huh?" and tightened her grip on Thales' hand. What? Ricky narrowed his eyes and whispered to Clay beside him. As Quick Rope screamed in pain, Thales instantly reacted. Alarm bells were ringing in his mind. Oh no. Quick Rope and I were different. In the next second, Thales tried his best to imagine the worst, most painful, and most terrifying encounter he had ever encountered in his life. It was not easy, because it was very difficult for him to compare which was the worst. He tried to replicate his own emotions and reactions. Thales gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and howled at the top of his lungs. No, 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 arg. He pretended to be in extreme pain, learning to be as painful as possible. This is also very difficult. After all, acting could never compare to real reality. Thales had to put in a lot of effort and focus to force out Quickrope's heart-wrenching, hysterical, and crazed trembling, as if he was being skinned. Marina's eyebrows slowly relaxed when she saw Thales in pain. That was more like it. It seemed that this sissy shorty was a bit slow. She nodded with satisfaction. The mercenaries slowly retracted their doubts. Enough. Tampa's roar interrupted Marina's torturous torture of the two men, whether real or staged, and made her let go. Quickrope collapsed on the table with a dumbfounded look on his face. He groaned miserably and twitched from time to time. Thales imitated him and collapsed on Quickrope's body, so that he could move up and down as the latter trembled, and he did not have to force himself. But he was extremely shocked and puzzled. What in the world was that just now? What was that? Tampa angrily stared at the two miserable men. Your poison? Bone-grinding skill? Or the legendary magic? Just some small tricks to make you realize our determination. Ricky still looked at him politely. I know that you were a soldier before, Tampa, and you might be a tough nut to crack, but if they are really your people, then take it as urging and encouraging you. The leader of the mercenaries chuckled. If not, take it as an example. He waved his hand at Marina. Put more strength into it. Thales and Quickrope trembled at the same time. Tampa stared at them in disbelief. His expression was bewildered and hesitant. Enough. Before Marina smiled and pressed her hands together again, Tampa spat indignantly. He looked at Ricky in annoyance. The 9 powerhouses. Yes, the 9 powerhouses. I remember now. Ricky nodded in satisfaction. Thales and Quickrope breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the tavern owner gratefully. Damn it. Tampa cursed under his breath. Please say that again? Ricky's smile was the same as before. Tampa snorted angrily and said reluctantly, More than 10 years ago, I mean during the Bloody Year, most of the Western Peninsula was at war. The desert was in chaos, and the nobles and mobs in the south rebelled. In the end, Extet's unprecedented army went south. Quite a number of famous mercenary groups in the western desert. Soul Ripper, Double-Edged Sword, Moonscar, Evil Punishing Army, Immortal Hunters and Dawnlight Servants were affected by the chaos of the war and met with great misfortune. They either died or were scattered. Some of them were even removed from their names. The 9 powerhouses were no exception. The middle-aged man named Klein interrupted him rudely. We know that part of history better than you do. Cut the crap. Tampa immediately froze and cast a displeased look at Klein. But under the surface, only a few people in the circle know that the 9 powerhouses survived the Bloody Year, he said indignantly. Ricky's gaze focused. That's something I heard from old Rooney's father. One night after the war, the psionic who was in charge of settling accounts among the 9 powerhouses knocked on the tavern door, while carrying their leader on his back. He was covered in wounds and blood. Tampa gritted his teeth. That night, old Rooney's father found a doctor for them. He even helped the 9 powerhouses get rid of all the assets they left behind in one night, so that they could disappear without a trace. Tampa snorted angrily. And the person you asked about? When he appeared again, it was already a few years later. The mercenaries from Blood Whistle looked at each other with solemn expressions. Some of the old people told me that during the past decade or so, a new and powerful underground gang in the interior and south of Constellation worshipped him like a myth. He became more and more powerful, even more so than when he was a mercenary. At the very least, he dared to go against Blood Bottle Gang, who were the pawns of the nobles, and he almost never lost, Tampa said coldly. And every time he appeared, he was like a legend. He had a head but no tail, and he left no traces behind. When he heard this, Thales was shocked. A new and powerful underground gang went against Blood Bottle Gang. Tampa exhaled and glared at the other 3 people with hatred. He even has a new name. He did not finish speaking, because another person helped him say the answer. Black Sword. The only masked man clenched his fists, and his voice was as cold as ice. Tampa was stunned. At that moment, almost all the mercenaries in the tavern held their breaths. They looked at each other as if they had found the greatest treasure. "Is that right?" Masked Man slowly said, enunciating each word. "Because he uses a black and swarthy sword that is extremely inconvenient to use. Whether it is slashing, stabbing, blocking, or parrying, they are all very strange. Ancient demon sword." Chapter 399. Black Sword. This name, I haven't heard it in a long time. Thales slumped on the table and thought about the strange man in his memories in a daze. After listening to Masked Man's words, Ricky and Klein looked at each other. This time, it was Tampa's turn to be stunned. "You already knew? Black Sword and Black Street Brotherhood?" He looked at the mercenaries in confusion. "We met him," Ricky said calmly, but his gaze was fixed on the same angle for a long time. "And that unusual ancient sword of his." "Not long ago." The masked man folded his arms and snorted coldly. "Impressive." Thales, who was panting on the table, was shocked and bewildered. Black Sword. He was once a mercenary? 9 magnates. What did Blood Whistle have to do with him? So much so that they did not hesitate to test the law and kidnap Tampa to force information out of that man? The confused Tampa looked at one of them, then at the other. "Since you already know, then why are you still?" Ricky held up his hand, interrupting him. "I was just confirming that you knew his current situation. And now we want to know his past, Tampa." Ricky put his hands together and looked at him seriously. His tone was solemn, and his expression was solemn, as if he was performing a sacred ceremony. Especially his deeds before he joined the Brotherhood, when he was a mercenary. Every mission, every business, every story. The question in Tampa's eyes grew stronger. "His background, his identity, his background," Klein quietly added, his tone as if he was facing a great enemy. Tampa's frown deepened. "Not just that." Masked Man raised his head and said coldly, "Including his skills, his swordsmanship, his weapons, and especially his." The masked man paused for a moment. There was a cold glint in his deep eyes beyond his mask. "Power of eradication." Black Sword's the power of eradication. Thales' breathing quickened. Furthermore, after listening to the other two, Ricky nodded in agreement. "In other words, we want everything, Tampa." Ricky looked at the tavern owner and narrowed his eyes. "Everything about Black Sword." Tampa seemed to realize that something was not normal. "You are not doing this for the Blood Bottle Gang, right? Ever since Red Viper was chased out of the Baron's guards." He widened his eyes. "But now it seems." Ricky and his two companions looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Who the hell are you?" Tampa looked at them, puzzled. He wanted to find the answer on the faces of these mercenaries, who had been licking blood from their blades. But he failed. The 3 people in the lead were still calm, while the mercenaries around them were silent. Tampa could only sigh and say, "How much of a grudge does Black Sword have against you? Is it worth it for you to put on such a big show and even ruin your reputation and future?" Ricky snorted. He shook his head slowly, his eyes gleaming. You can't imagine how much we are interested in him." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein and Masked Man's eyes turned sharp. "You can't imagine what kind of miracle and opportunity he represents." Tampa looked at him gravely. Ricky smirked and tapped the table lightly, as if he was immersed in his own world. "To us, he will be the end of the old era and the beginning of the new era." Thales listened to everything with a dumbfounded expression. He felt as if he had gotten himself involved in something incredibly big again. "Is this some kind of cult?" Quick Rope whispered into Thales' ears from the table. "I've seen a group of lunatics shouting the names of demons and evil gods in Valir Bang before they bled their sacrifices." "I don't know," Thales replied in a low voice. "I don't want to know either. I just want to leave this place as soon as possible." Quick Rope sighed softly on the table and glanced around cautiously. "I want to too, but there are too many of them." As he stared at the dozens of murderous mercenaries, he observed their steady and orderly breathing, as well as their well-trained movements. Thales' heart tensed up. Right. There are too many of them. No matter who it is. At this moment, Sean, The mercenary who stopped Thales and the others earlier walked over. Ricky. Sean's face was tense. He did not intend to lower his voice so that everyone in the tavern could hear him clearly. Our guest is here. He came alone. At that moment, Ricky's gaze was incredibly sharp. Klein and masked men also reacted. Ricky gently placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, while the latter's gaze was fixed on the table. So fast, an hour earlier than the agreed time, Klein said coldly. I guess their people are already in place. I've dealt with that guy before. He definitely didn't come alone. Thales could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the tavern had changed. If the previous blood whistle seemed relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside, and when they detained Tampa, Thales, and the others, they seemed relaxed and at ease. After Sean's words, there was only an oppressive silence left in the air. Many of the mercenaries' breathing became heavy, and their faces were filled with anger. Many of them stood up, and even placed their hands on their weapons. Restrain yourselves, all of you. Ricky looked around with a displeased expression, as if he was scolding disobedient wild dogs. Our plan will not be interrupted because of this little accident. No matter what they want to do. The restless blood whistle finally quietened down. They looked at each other and returned to their positions. Thales looked at them strangely. Customers? Who's here? What's their plan? Isn't it just to kidnap Tampa? Quick Rope also cast him a puzzled look. I guess our friendly conversation will have to wait for the next time, old friend. Ricky turned his head around and resumed his easygoing expression. Next time. Tampa gritted his teeth and said, You're not going to let me go, are you? Ricky ignored him. Marina walked forward. I'll bring them upstairs. Thales thought of something. If they're detained in isolation, we'll have to face fewer opponents. But his hopes were dashed. No, they'll stay here, under everyone's watch. Klein interrupted Marina. Clay interrupted Marina. It seemed that his position here was second only to Ricky. Tampa has been operating here for too long. He knows his tavern too well, and his role is too important to us, Klein said cautiously. Before dawn, we can't take even the slightest risk. Before dawn? Thales noticed this detail. Before dawn, what are they going to do? Marina frowned slightly and looked at Ricky. Ricky did not object. He only pondered for a moment before he slowly nodded at Sean. Bring him in. Be careful. The masked man at the same table snorted coldly. Those damn cockroaches are the best at catching people off guard. Finally, under Thales' great puzzlement, the door to my home was opened. A man hidden in a cloak walked into the tavern controlled by Blood Whistle, under the watchful eyes of the mercenaries behind him. Just like when Thales first arrived, the mercenaries' fierce gazes and iron-blooded auras instantly oppressed the new customer. But the customer in the cloak still walked steadily, his posture indifferent. The mercenary Sean stopped the customer. Search him, he said coldly. The customer shrugged and obediently raised his hands. Forget it, Sean. Klein shook his head, his expression unfriendly. I dare say, if you really wanted to hide some weapons, even if you stripped him naked, this guy would still be able to take out a dagger from his underwear. Only then did Sean move aside. He did not forget to throw a fierce glare at the customer. The customer seemed to be a little helpless until he walked to the center of the tavern and saw Ricky, Klein, Masked Man, and Tampa sitting at the same table. Am I interrupting something? The customer looked at the four people with different expressions, and then at the prince and his duo, who were obviously forced to sit there. His voice was confident and calm, and it rose and fell like music. Thales could feel Marina's disgust appear on her face. She pressed her hands on the hilt of her sword. You can't interrupt anything, the masked man among the mercenaries said coldly. Because there is no seat for you here, cockroach in the gutter. In the face of the group's hostility, the customer chuckled and extended his hands out of his cloak. At this moment, the mercenaries behind him drew their weapons and stared at his movements with gritted teeth. Relax. The customer seemed shocked. It's just my hood. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his hood, revealing a fair and ordinary face. The moment Thales saw this face, he felt a sense of familiarity flash past him. Strange. Thales gritted his teeth. I've seen this man before. I've definitely seen him before. But I don't know when. As the leader, Ricky looked at the man who stood where he was in a calm and composed manner. He turned his head and asked Klein, "Is it him?" Klein stood up and walked in front of the customer. The newcomer put on a submissive and respectful smile. Klein stared at him for a while, and his expression slowly tensed up. "It's him." The Northland swordsman nodded and said, "6 years ago. We met a few times." His expression did not look good. 6 years ago. Thal's heart slowly tightened. Is it a coincidence? The man noticed Klein, and a look of realization appeared on his face. "It's you, Salander Klein." The man looked rather happy. "You really are an old acquaintance." But compared to Ricky's coldness and masked man's hostility, Klein was not much better. He did not show any respect to his old acquaintance. "Stop trying to curry favor with us." Klein returned to his seat and rejected him bluntly. "We all know what kind of people you are." The man's expression froze, and he said awkwardly, "What a touching reunion. Let's talk." Ricky's expression was still calm, as if he was just receiving a farm owner who needed to remove weeds. "Why are you here?" The new customer blinked. Thales looked at the man. He looked more and more familiar. "Who is he? I can tell that you still have some matters to deal with." The fair-skinned man looked at Tampa, who had unpleasant expressions, and the reluctant Thales. He rubbed his hands together, like a salesman trying to sell his low-quality wine to the owner of a tavern. He was very careful. "And what I'm about to say now is very important, so why don't we find a small secret room?" Ricky smiled. "I believe in my brothers. There's nothing shameful about it. Unless you have something to hide?" The mercenaries in the tavern put on cold, intimidating smiles. The man's expression froze slightly. "Please forgive me, but what I'm about to say is not a small matter." He looked around and seemed to be in a difficult position. "It's not just related to your operation tonight." The man's expression became dark. "It's also related to the stability of the entire Bladefangs camp." As soon as he said this, the mercenaries became restless. Klein and Masked Man looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The man turned around and faced the hostile gazes of everyone present. "Yes, I know what you're going to do, and please believe me. My arrival and my suggestion will only make your plan better." The man smiled happily. "Before that, we need to plan carefully and carefully. What do you think, Klein?" And this. Thales heard Marina and Sean whispering behind him. Their tones were filled with hatred. "They're just as despicable as they've always been. They're trying to divide and sow discord. They're doing everything they can." The man raised his fingers with a strange expression and rubbed his thumb and index finger gently. "And what we need is just a little bit of communication and cooperation." The commotion in the tavern grew louder, and the target was the man in the center of the tavern. However, Ricky spoke. "That's even better. Say your suggestion in public." Ricky raised his hand without batting an eyelid, suppressing the other's objections. "Motivate my brothers for what we're about to do." The man paused. He looked around and was disappointed to find that the mercenaries from Blood Whistle did not have any objections. All right, since all of you have no scruples." The man sighed and looked at them, as if he felt that it was a pity. He was startled, as if he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm old, and my memory is getting worse. I forgot to introduce myself." The man shook his head in embarrassment and patted his head. "As you can see, I'm just an ordinary Northlander. You can call me." The man bowed and narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. "Steak." At that moment, Thales trembled slightly. Quick Rope gave him a strange look, but Thales did not react at all. He just stared at the new man. That fair face, the way he bowed, the way he spoke, and that strange name. Thales remembered. This man. I've seen him before. 6 years ago. Steak. Marina snorted coldly. "What kind of bullsh** T name is that?" Steak scratched his head awkwardly. He looked apologetic. But the person in the middle of the tavern spoke. "Steak." The masked man on Ricky's left leaned forward and carefully sized up the guest with extraordinary status. Carpenters and stonemasons use it to borrow strength. With repeated hammering, they They can chisel through even the most indestructible wood and stone. Masked Man's tone was laced with deep hatred. It's really appropriate for you pests who eat away at the world. The mercenaries sneered. Steak exhaled in resignation. Don't mind him. The leader of the mercenaries, Ricky, nodded calmly. Samuel is more straightforward. Steak shook his shoulders, indicating that he did not mind. Then may I ask, who is the gentleman I'm talking to? He smiled as usual. Ricky and his companions looked at each other and chuckled. My current name is Ricky. At least, that's what my brothers call me. Ricky sighed and slowly sat straight in his chair. But you, Sir Steak, out of respect for the person behind you and the organization you belong to. He did not seem to care about the person in front of him. With his right hand, he gently flicked a long sword by the table. You might as well call me. Under the mercenaries' silent and worshipful gazes, Ricky spoke softly and uttered an unfamiliar name that Thales had never heard before. Crassus. Chapter 400. Thales had never heard of Crassus before. He also could not understand why the man named Steak's expression changed so suddenly. But he knew who Steak was. 6 years ago, on the night of Dragon's Blood, this man stood in front of the Archduke of Black Sand region with a radiant smile on his face. He negotiated with the infamous Chapman Lampard and asked for the right of ownership of the Prince of Constellation. He and the forbidden organization behind him played an indispensable role in that unprecedented and earth-shattering coup. Whether it was Thales' thrilling assassination attempt at the fortress, Archduke Pomfret's desperate confession before his death, or even the terrifying moment when the Born King's head fell to the ground, their figures seemed to be shuttling back and forth in the midst of it all. They were everywhere, but they were also mysterious and untraceable. Every time they appeared, they brought blood and death with them. It was a ghastly sight to the spectators, and it was too late for the victims to regret it. And the moment this group of people appeared again, Thales took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety and uneasiness, and focused his attention on the man. He did not even care about the look Quickrope gave him. In the field, Steak carefully observed the mercenaries around him. The man solemnly discovered that even though the murderous and militaristic air around them had become stronger, no one had any intention of refuting him, nor did they show any strange expressions. He did not lie. Steak's heart sank. He is indeed Crassus. Things were a little beyond his imagination. But, so you are this generation's Crassus. I have to say, I am a little surprised. Steak turned to Ricky. His tone became cautious and inexplicably cautious, like a thief glancing at his belongings outside the window. High-ranking people rarely take risks. High-ranking people? Thales shifted his attention to Ricky, but he could only see a rough, travel-worn face, the light leather armor commonly seen by desert mercenaries, and a crude and casual sitting posture. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary mercenary leader. The prince could not help but be puzzled. How is he a high-ranking person? Or should I say, Steak's gaze was fixed on Ricky. He changed the topic and said tentatively, what you are going to do tonight is really too important. Even with your high status, you have to do it personally? The mercenaries around them were silent, but many of them subconsciously looked at each other. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A smile appeared on Ricky's face, but it quickly disappeared. Indeed, an excellent leader doesn't have to take the risk and do everything himself. He nodded and said faintly, but he must never lack the courage and responsibility to do so. Steak raised his eyebrows and pretended to be enlightened. Extremely admirable. The man smiled shyly and said, but this makes me quite worried. You clearly have such an important mission, but you lack the necessary. But Ricky did not let him continue. Otherwise, Ricky's gaze was fixed on Steak, but he continued to speak. He did not care whether Steak had spoken or not. As a leader, there will come a day when he will be reduced to trash behind the curtains. He will protect himself in a bubble of lies just to hide his cowardice and incompetence. He can only rely on hypocritical pretense and despicable means to win the trust of his companions, using empty threats and false incentives to maintain the obedience of his subordinates. Ricky's tone was very light, but it suddenly changed at the end. Tell me housing recently? Steak could not help but frown at his words. Thales, who was listening by the side, was stunned. What? Housing recently? He did not understand the monosyllabic word. But Steak's reaction made him quickly understand that it was a name. Tongue. The moment he heard the name and saw Ricky's burning gaze, Steak's expression froze for a moment. But he quickly adjusted himself and smiled again. Everything is well, Shadow Master. Steak bowed again. He looked at the mercenaries around him with a humble expression. As well as you, Shadow Master. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He was not the only one who seemed to have gained something. Damn it, Thales, I think. Quick Rope's face was pale. He poked Thales under the table and whispered in disbelief, I think I know who these people are. Thales nodded without batting an eyelid. As well as I do. I don't think so. Ricky chuckled and shook his head. He raised a finger and pointed at Steak, who was sitting across from him. If he was as good as I am, then Tongue would not have sent you, a person who is permanently stationed in Dragon Cloud City, into the Great Desert, into the Constellation's Bladefang's camp, into the territory that is extremely dangerous for all of you. I don't remember Kessel V pardoning you. Compared to his previous kind persuasion, Ricky became fierce when he faced Steak. The tavern owner, Campa, who sat across from him, could not help but break out in cold sweat. Steak furrowed his eyebrows tightly. That's not right. It shouldn't be like this. In this risky and unique meeting, he should be the one to initiate the conversation, make suggestions and state his conditions. But, at that moment Steak realized, to his dismay, that the initiative in this conversation was firmly held in the other party's hands. If he was as good as I am. Ricky's expression turned cold. His tone was as tense as a noose around his neck. Then he wouldn't have sent you to us like a stupid, arrogant blackmailer who knowingly delivered yourself to us at a moment that we valued so much, claiming that I know what you're going to do in a pretentious, secretive, and mystifying way of saying, I know what you're going to do. Ricky said in disgust, as if you really have us in your hands. Steak's pupils slowly shrank. Everyone, you mean? Do you remember Steak? Beside Ricky, the middle-aged swordsman Klein stared at Steak, as if there was a stain on his face. His voice was hoarse. We have a score to settle. Steak put on a puzzled look. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you used our name to stir up trouble in the most dangerous place in Extet, and did whatever you wanted. The middle-aged Northlander swordsman was like a leopard that had its eyes on its prey. Thanks to you we lost a lot of people, including my students. Calamities, great dragons, rebellion, chaos, and even Dragon Cloud City's settlement after the incident. Those days were not easy. Do you think we will let you off so easily? Steak's gaze froze. The mercenaries became restless. They cast dissatisfied and hateful gazes at Steak. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City. Beside him, Quick Rope's breathing became faster. He even clenched his fists. For some reason Marina, who was behind him, also looked like she was gnashing her teeth. She stared at Steak, who was being condemned by the masses. Steak sighed. I am deeply sorry about this. Please accept my apology. Klein said disdainfully and sarcastically. Apology. The mercenaries snorted in disdain. But Steak was not affected at all. It was as if he was a hypocrite who had nothing to do with it. After hearing about a tragedy in the distance, he pretended to be sad, to prove his humanity, and to gain understanding from others. We were also surprised by what happened that year. But I came here today with absolute sincerity. I want to propose a win-win proposal. But Ricky raised his head gently. There is no win-win between us. He flatly rejected Steak's words, causing the latter to be stunned. When you entered the door, we hated your arrogant face, hated the timing of your appearance, hated your self-righteous tongue, and hated the blood debt you left behind in the past. Ricky said coldly. And we are not interested in your so-called proposal or secret, which you pretend to be mysterious. Steak's expression immediately stiffened. Bastards who live in darkness and rot, flies who chase after chaos and the stench of corpses, Ricky said without any positive emotions as he stared at the frozen Steak. Now do you understand our attitude? Steak clenched his fists. His face was full of disbelief. Why are you still wasting time here? At the same table, Masked Man sighed and knocked on the table. Our schedule today is very full. Klein, the Northland swordsman, snorted coldly. As he snorted, almost all the mercenaries in the tavern held their weapons with cold expressions. Some of them even took a step forward. In the face of the aggressive mercenaries, Stake was stunned. He subconsciously sized up his surroundings. Klein said coldly, "Don't look elsewhere, Stake. I promise you, if anything happens before your head falls to the ground, your companions who are waiting outside will not be able to do anything." As a bystander, Thales quietly moved his head back a little. Quick Rope continued to stare at Stake. The tavern became completely quiet, but no one would think that the atmosphere at that moment was comfortable. Stake looked at the situation around him and frowned. Damn it. This group of brainless muscular men. But he could not turn against them. He could not. He still needed them. This group of damn. If you kill me here, the Constellatiates will immediately find out about your conspiracy here. The Constellatiates' eyes widened. Stake lowered his head with a serious expression. Your plan will not succeed. Ricky sighed. It seems like he doesn't understand. In the next second, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed. At a speed that surpassed what Thales could see with his naked eye, it instantly shot out of Klein's hand. Thales, who had been paying attention to the conversation and was caught off guard, felt his eyebrows twitch. But fortunately, the tip of the sword was not aimed at him. The sudden flash of sword light stopped in front of Stake's neck. A second later, Stake, who had reacted to the situation, could not help but take a step back. His face was pale. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the gust of sword wind had just blown past. Klein held a strange longsword with a blood groove and a hollow blade. The blade quietly stopped in front of Stake. The mercenaries seemed to be used to this. They were not bothered and laughed. Stake's breathing rose and fell, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "Do you really want to do this?" Klein raised the strange-looking longsword and shook his head gently. "This is twilight. When it tears open your blood vessels." As he spoke, he moved his longsword forward slightly and pressed it against Klein's neck. Stake's pupils instantly shrank. Damn it. All right, I understand. He instantly raised his hands, panted, and admitted defeat. Finally, Klein stopped his longsword. Honorable Crassus and everyone else. It is your choice whether or not you want to listen to my suggestion. And I am willing. I am willing to answer all your questions. His posture was humble, and his tone was respectful. The three leading mercenaries looked at each other. Very good. Ricky curled up the corners of his lips. Compared to the nonsense you talked at the beginning, you're finally starting to speak like a human. Stake exhaled and re-examined the Crassus in front of him in indignation and uneasiness. Klein snorted coldly and put away his longsword, which was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. Ricky said faintly, "Tell me, how did you set your eyes on us?" A few seconds later, Stake sighed, as if he had accepted his fate. The Tower of Eradication. At this moment, Thales saw many mercenaries involuntarily clench their fists or weapons. Their breathing quickened. Klein and the masked swordsman frowned and looked at each other. Only their leader, Ricky's expression did not change. "Yes, I know." Stake touched his neck, gritted his teeth and said, "We have eyes and ears there." Ricky continued to ask, "What did you hear?" Not long ago, the Tower of Eradication was ambushed one night. Stake cautiously looked around at the mercenaries around him and observed their expressions. The enemy's origins are unknown, they are powerful, and there are many of them. The line of defense and alarms were broken through layer by layer. The invaders were only forced to retreat when they attacked the House of Legacy. Stake said in a tone as if he was telling a story. According to our people, during the invasion, some supernatural and unusual powers also appeared. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Wait. Not long ago, Tower of Eradication was ambushed supernatural. The Prince of Constellation blinked, and in horror he recalled a lesson a long time ago. At that time, the person who was about to go on a long journey said to him, "No way? Is it what I think it is?" This is one of the few vicious incidents in the history of the Tower of Eradication. Even if the Grey Sword Guards kept it strictly confidential, it was difficult for them to cover up everything. All 8 major sects suffered heavy casualties. Even Constellation's Red King's army besieged Sharpblade Valley 200 years ago was not as exaggerated as this. Stake sneered and looked at the dozens of mercenaries. You did it, didn't you? At least you were involved. You worked with Blood Bottle Gang, and they recruited many psionic warriors from the Western Desert. The mercenaries around them were in a commotion. Blood Bottle Gang. Thales covered his head in his heart. He felt that his guess was getting closer to the truth. Klein shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. After that, you fled into the desert and returned to Bladefang's camp. You hid in Bloodwhistle, and one of our spies in the desert recognized you. Stake continued to speak. But Bladefang's camp wanted to send their troops to the desert. After they issued the blockade order, your mercenary group did not disperse, even though there was no more business. Instead, you continued to recruit people from all over the place. So I thought that no matter what you encountered in the Tower of Eradication, you did not intend to give up. That is why I sent someone to leave a message for you. We will visit tonight. Masked Man snorted in disdain. Ricky and Klein did not say anything. Listen, I don't care about the grudge between you and the Tower of Eradication. After all, you have been fighting against each other for more than 100 years. When Stake saw this, he rolled his eyes and continued, I also don't care why you ambushed that place. Do you want to vent your anger, stage a coup, or dig for treasure? You have been fighting against the Tower of Eradication for more than 100 years. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. But I know that you are not having a good time right now. The invaders must have paid a hefty price to make the famous Tower of Eradication, which stands firmly between 2 powerful countries, suffer such damage. Stake's eyes brightened. He raised his hand and spoke in a high-spirited tone, as if he had forgotten the awkwardness and humiliation just now. Now, no matter what you want to do, you will definitely lack manpower, especially when you want to break the infamous Prison of Bones in Constellation's Bladefang's camp and launch an unprecedented prison raid. What? Thales could not react for a moment. But the others were different. At that moment, be it Ricky, Klein, or Masked Man, all of them suddenly raised their heads. They stared at Stake, who was in front of them. It was as if they could not believe it. The mercenaries also became restless. There was a slight uproar. What are they doing? Quick Rope whispered to Thales in disbelief. These people, they want to raid the Prison of Bones, that damn place? There must be something wrong with their brains. In the field, Stake continued to speak. This will not be an easy task. However, in the next moment, the familiar flash of a sword came. Klein's longsword was once again pressed against Stake's throat. Who told you that? The middle-aged Northlander swordsman asked coldly. Damn cockroach. It was the Masked Man. Ricky frowned. How did you know? Stake, who once again fell into misfortune, panted rapidly. But this time, he refuted in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. A few days ago, you deliberately sent some people into the Prison of Bones to act as spies when the time comes. Stake snorted coldly and said, Tonight, you decided to gather here. You even chased away and kidnapped our men, including this tavern owner. Isn't this obvious? Asterisk bang. Asterisk on the other side, Tampa, who had been silent for a long time, was dumbfounded. He slammed his palm on the table. F***CK. Is that why you kidnapped me? The tavern owner suppressed his anger. He was surprised and bewildered. You already knew that my home is a place that provides supplies to the Prison of Bones. You wanted to wait until dawn, and then use our fleet to transport supplies. Sean the mercenary slapped the back of his head and swallowed Tampa's words. Shut up. Why? Why do they want to break out of the prison? What do they want to rob? Most importantly, if this group of mysterious mercenaries really want to do this, what will they do with Tampa and the 2 of them? The chaotic scene lasted for a few seconds before Ricky raised his arm again and calmed down. We underestimated you, Stake. Ricky seemed to be deep in thought. His eyes were bright. You do have some skills to be Tang's right-hand man and assistant. Under his signal, Klein sheathed his longsword. Tongue. Stake, who heard this name again, twitched his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. See, I was right, wasn't I? Stake exhaled and carefully observed Ricky's reaction. Your plan is too rushed and you don't have enough manpower. But what if we can help you? Ricky did not speak. The mercenaries did not either. I know why you chose this moment and not any other time, Honorable Crassus. Stake walked forward slowly. His expression returned to the confidence and calmness he had when he first came. Now the Stardust Unit, Skull Guards, Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers, Black Lion Infantry Regiment, and a few professional mercenaries who are related to them. These are the most elite, fastest, and loyal troops in the camp. For some reason, they followed Williams to the front lines of the desert, and they will not be able to provide reinforcements for the time being. And those who are left behind are either inferior garrison soldiers, light infantrymen who lack mounts, temporary recruits from various parts of the western desert, or even auxiliary soldiers and laborers who rarely go to the battlefield. The Baron is not around, and there is no commanding officer with enough authority to suppress them. They belong to the royal family and the local nobles, and they are in constant conflict. They might seem to have more troops than usual, but in truth, their management is chaotic, their commands are disorderly, and their dispatch is inefficient. This is a rare opportunity for you to break out of the prison, compared to facing the legendary Wing's strict military formation. Is there a better time than this? Stake looked around and waved at the mercenaries around him, completely ignoring their displeased gazes. That's why you were able to gather so many people and take down this tavern so easily. I heard from the locals that if it were any other time, Williams would have thrown any suspicious warriors who gathered for no reason into prison and stripped them naked. They would not be able to come out without paying 20 gold coins to each of them. Stake's animated explanation came to an end. He turned around confidently and looked at Ricky, who was deep in thought. Breaking out of the prison during chaos? You're right. Stake raised a finger. But it's still too difficult. For you, even if you are professional mercenaries who have fought in wars for many years, even if you are only facing the old, the weak, and the disabled, it is still not easy. If you fail, casualties are inevitable, and your safety cannot be guaranteed. I really do not want you to experience the Tower of Eradication's devastating ambush again. When he said this, the mercenaries' expressions changed. In the next second, Stake's tone changed and a bewitching look appeared in his eyes. But with us here it's different. Ricky was still deep in thought. Klein looked at him coldly and did not say a word. Masked Man's expression was even more exaggerated. When he stared at Stake, there was never any emotion other than hatred and disgust in his eyes. You know what we are capable of. Stake tried his best to make his words sound more tempting. With us here, you don't need this lousy plan, and you don't need this talkative boss. Tampa stared at him fiercely. Stake's eyes lit up. We can provide you with the most accurate information. Fight for the best conditions and timing to take action, and even help you move out of the Prison of Bones, or even paralyze the guards in the Prison of Bones within a short period of time, so that you can prepare a safe escape. You don't need to disguise yourself as a transport team in fear and sneak into your destination, or draw your swords and break through those damn prison doors by force, paying a huge price. He clenched his fists lightly. You will get what you want faster, better, and easier, no matter what it is. Stake paused for a moment, as if he wanted to observe the crowd's reaction. Honorable Crassus, and all-powerful warriors. Stake spoke again. At this moment, your swords are the greatest support we can find in this unfamiliar and hostile land. At this moment, he was incredibly humble. He clasped his hands together, and his expression was respectful and submissive. And we are the best eyes and ears you can find in a place full of powerful enemies. Stake carefully looked at each pair of eyes that passed through his line of sight. But no matter which side we are on, we are all alone and without help here. You are a mercenary group that has been ostracized, and we are wanted criminals that everyone wants to beat up. No one can face Williams, Bladefang's camp, Western Desert, and the Colossus behind them and their powerful support, Constellation. Stake widened his eyes and spread his arms. So I suggest that we work together with sincerity and take what we need. We will help you easily open the door to the prison of bones. Disaster sword and shadow shield. Is there a better combination than this? The tavern became completely quiet. Only the warrior's breathing could be heard. It rose and fell, and the rhythm was irregular. Steak observed the other people's expressions without changing his expression. His eyes moved back and forth. It was as if a year had passed. In the end, Ricky took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Shadow shield. What do you want? As soon as he said this, Klein and Masked Man turned their heads swiftly and stared at Ricky. But Ricky ignored them. What do you want to do in the camp with our strength? On the other side, Steak smiled. He rubbed his hands together and slowly raised his head. We have very reliable information. Steak's tone was cautious. He continued to observe even the slightest expression on the face of the person in front of him. A priceless target that involves all parties has just crossed the desert today and arrived at Bladefang's camp. A priceless target? What? At this moment, Marina only needed to lower her head to notice that the red-haired young man and the black-haired boy sitting in front of her had stiffened. That is our mission. Ricky narrowed his eyes. The target may receive unimaginable reinforcements at any time. Hordes of troops and countless experts, incessant reinforcements, and thorough security are far from something that can be taken care of by stealth or brute force. Steak smacked his lips and nodded with a cold smile. Under the watchful eyes of countless mercenaries, Thales and Quick Rope sat still. Their gazes were dull. In the teenager's hell senses, he heard Tampa's indignant breathing rise and fall, Marina's cold snort resounded in his ears, and the mercenaries' whispers were endless. There was also his and Quick Rope's heartbeats. Only faster and faster. Heavier and heavier. And we, the Honorable Crassus and all of you, Steak lowered his head, as if he was treasuring some secret. What we need to do is to work together and take down this target in the camp, who is not easy to deal with, but has great rewards. Thales and Quick Rope fixed their gazes on Steak. They were anxious and terrified, but they did not dare to show even a hint of their terrible mood. Under many people's puzzled and hesitant gazes, Steak looked like a question maker who revealed the answer to a riddle at the last moment. With a malicious smile, he said softly, "The second prince of Constellation, the only heir to the Supreme King. Thales, Jade Star." At that moment, the Prince of Constellation's expression froze. Even his breathing stopped at that moment. Beside him, Quick Rope showed a gratified smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 401. The tavern in my home was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The mercenaries, or rather, the disaster swords, all stared in disbelief at the fair-skinned man who had spoken those shocking words. The heir of Constellation. While countless people sucked in breaths, Sean, the mercenary behind Marina, snorted. I thought that it would be crazy enough for us to break out of the prison. Thales saw that after Steak revealed the shocking target, Crassus. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows to the extreme. Klein, the Northlander beside him, stopped wiping his scabbard, and the cold glare in Masked Man's eyes became even more threatening. Thales had also heard of the disaster swords before, but he had heard of another name more often, the Tower of Eradication. After the Battle of Eradication, it was a legendary holy land that tirelessly trained all kinds of warriors for humans and passed down skills for thousands of years to prepare for war. Among the people Thales knew, be it Cohen, Miranda, Waya, or the others, all of them had stayed in the Tower of Eradication for quite some time and learned their skills there. Over the years, the place was so famous that everyone was used to calling the swordsmen who had the power of eradication and used the long swords, favored by the nobles, the swordsmen of eradication. It did not matter if you were in the employment camps at the borders or the local city defense teams. As long as you mentioned that you had stayed in the Tower of Eradication, you would quickly become a hot commodity for all major employers. And the disaster swords, that was how Steak called them. This name made Thales feel extremely uneasy. Based on what Waya had heard, they were the Tower of Eradication's mortal enemies. So Thales sighed in his heart. They could plan a prison break in Bladefang's camp without hesitation, and even come into contact with the forbidden Shadow Shield. It's over, second prince. Tampa looked as if he had given up on himself. No matter what, can you not say such a big thing out loud? I still want to come back safely and sell my wine. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged a glance. They were experiencing the completely different emotions in each other's eyes. Stake, who was the center of attention, calmly accepted everyone's gazes, as if he did not care. Your discipline and organization are really beyond my imagination. He rubbed his hands together. Facing so many strange gazes, he smiled humbly and said, even in front of so many people, facing such a big secret, you are not worried at all. Tampa's sorrowful complaints and Stake's mumbles were interrupted. You want him to die. The masked man who did not speak much suddenly stood up. He slowly approached Stake, and his wrinkled eyes shone with a brilliant light that was difficult to look at. The Prince of Constellation? Thales gulped. If possible, try to capture him alive. Stake smiled. He was as gentle and humble as ever. Captured alive. The masked man walked in front of Stake and looked down into his eyes. Are you saying that we are going to break through the encirclement in Constellation's military station and capture a prince? Then, we are going to risk the pursuit and encirclement of their countless armies and evacuate safely with that precious hostage? Thales noticed that there was a hint of indignation and anger in his words. Marina couldn't help but say, that's impossible. Stake frowned as he stared at the masked man. Under his aggressive stance, he slowly retreated and tried to guess the man's identity. I didn't say that it's easy. The man from Shadow Shield shrugged and avoided the masked man. He smiled and glanced at the mercenaries in the tavern. But at least it's not as difficult as breaking into the prison of bones. At that moment, the masked man suddenly extended his hand. Slap. He pressed down on Stake's shoulder. Stake's face instantly turned pale. The part of his body that was pressed down trembled slightly. He shuddered violently and grabbed the masked man's arm with his left hand. He wanted to push him away. But the man's arm did not move, as if it was made of metal. Because you can't do it on your own. Masked man slowly exerted force in his hand, causing the trembling Stake to be unable to help but suck in a sharp breath. So you want us to die as bait and buffer to help you achieve your goal? Stake stared at the masked man in disbelief, but the mercenaries watching by the side only frowned. No one said anything to stop him. The atmosphere in the tavern became increasingly suffocating. Thales, who was watching by the side, became increasingly anxious. What should I do in this situation? We're not bait but reliable reinforcements. Stake gritted his teeth and endured the masked man's suppression and coercion, but he still insisted on speaking. At the same time, we'll provide you with our resources. In a perfect plan, we'll take down the prison of bones and the Jadestar Prince at the same time. We'll protect each other and kill two birds with one stone. We'll help each other. His words were intermittent. The masked man snorted coldly. Is that all? Is there nothing else? In the unbearable pain, Stake forced a smile. Perhaps it will even be a good start for our future partnership? The mercenaries in the tavern stared at this scene quietly, as if they were used to this kind of scene. Slap. A palm was placed on the masked man's shoulder. The masked man frowned slightly. Ricky stood by his side and shook his head. His expression was indifferent. The man looked at Stake, who had a pained expression on his face. He snorted softly, then let go of his hand and retreated. Stake breathed a sigh of relief. He tilted his body and rubbed his shoulder with an extremely unnatural expression. Damn it! He knew that he was at a disadvantage in this negotiation, which he acted on his own. But why? Ricky took the place of the masked man and stood in front of Stake. 18 years ago, you destroyed the Jadestar royal family at all costs and left no room for maneuver. Even the branch families were affected. These words shocked Thales. The leader of the disaster sword said faintly, everyone in the circle is guessing who the patrons behind you are, the people who want the Jadestar royal family to be destroyed. Now you are telling me that you want to capture the last Jadestar prince alive? Why? Ricky stood in front of Stake and stared at his stiff right arm. What exactly are Tongue and the people behind him thinking? What exactly do they want to do? Could it be that the so-called blood of the imperial family, which has been passed down to this day, is really as brilliant as gold and can cure all diseases? Klein, who was behind him, laughed sarcastically. Stake revealed an unpleasant smile. Honorable Crassus, why do you care about this? Even in such a disadvantageous situation, even after experiencing such a blunt threat, Stake's courage still surprised Thales. Your goal is only the prison of bones. Forgive me for being blunt, but this is almost certain to anger Constellation, and King Kessel will not tolerate it. In this situation, on the basis that you can better achieve your goal, you turn to help their enemies and shake their political situation. Isn't this a brilliant move that suits your interests? The masked man behind Ricky sneered. Then, you completely pushed us to the opposite side of Constellation, and we had no choice but to board your pirate ship. The masked man clenched his fists. Just like the assassin's flower 18 years ago, the Charlton family. Charlton. This name, which he had not heard of for a long time, made Thales sink into deep thought. Stake's smile remained. Sometimes, when you want something, you have to choose a side. If it's not this side, then it's that side. He still had that amiable look that said, I'm sorry, but this is the reality. He was like a dedicated, hard-working, but helpless tutor. Besides, you've already made your choice. When you hijacked this tavern and planned to break into the prison, Stake let go of his shoulders, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. He looked like a generous man who was about to be escorted to the execution ground. He had a faint smile on his face that caused people to be unable to help but cast sidelong glances at him. Isn't that so? The mercenaries stirred. Masked Man and Klein looked at each other. Ricky still did not move. He quietly stared at Stake. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged glances between themselves by the table. Their leader's silence affected the disaster swords. The tavern gradually became quiet. Everyone looked at Ricky. Stake waited quietly. Only his eyes occasionally darted around to observe the people around him. After a long while, Ricky's gaze on Stake changed a little. The leader of the disaster sword smiled and moved his chin a little. Just like him. The same. Stake, who had expected that he would be questioned, was stunned for some reason. What? Ricky snorted softly and turned around. How funny. Ricky sat down again, as if he did not care about the person in front of him. At that moment, the way you spoke and what you said were exactly the same as Tongue. Stake's pupils instantly trembled. Tongue. Thales heard the name with short syllables again. Ricky leaned back on the stool and raised his chin. His gaze at the ceiling became unfocused. I have seen that man, if Tongue can still be considered a man. Sometimes he is cunning, scheming, and cunning. Sometimes he is passionate and ambitious. His existence is the world's merciless mockery of human nature. Stake slowly lowered his head. Are you old acquaintances with the Shadow Master? Ricky curled his lips. Yes, Tongue. I have seen his methods and how he does things. I have to say he is unforgettable. Stake smiled. He was about to answer, but in the next second, Ricky's eyes shone with a terrifying glare. So I absolutely do not believe it. Ricky lowered his head abruptly and stared straight at Stake. His tone was urgent and resolute, and it was unprecedented. I absolutely do not believe that my contact and meeting with him is a coincidence or luck. I also do not believe that any cooperation with him will be a win-win result. Even if there are short-term benefits, it cannot cover up the greater losses we will suffer in the long run. Stake was surprised. Leave immediately, Stake. Ricky's face was dark, and his tone became firmer. He did not allow anyone to refuse. Out of admiration for your courage, I will not make things difficult for your companions who are hiding outside the house. When he heard this, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as I am not directly involved, I still have a chance to deceive them. Stake stared at Ricky in a daze. He looked at his cold gaze. Please forgive me. I am not quite sure about your... Ricky snorted coldly, and his words were short. I don't trust you. I especially don't trust Tongue. He straightened his back, and his entire body instantly turned into ice. He said through gritted teeth, So worry about that stupid prince. We have nothing to do with each other. Is that clear enough? Steak stared at him, as if he did not believe that they would refuse. But there was surprise and hesitation in his tone. You are alone and without help. The process of breaking into the prison of bones will be very difficult. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed, Constellation will not have a place for the disaster swords in the future. Klein snorted softly and said, If we were worried about what you said, then we would not be here at all. Also, don't call us disaster swords. No one likes that title. In the face of Steak's solemn face, the middle-aged Northlander put down the longsword known as Darklight and wrapped his arms around himself. We are the Scions from outside the tower. We are not a group of bugs in the gutter who serve a certain eunuch of Main-Yi as their leader, and who only have the false reputation of our ancestors. As he said this, the disaster swords snorted in agreement. Their tone and expressions revealed their unruly arrogance and self-satisfaction. Steak lowered his head tightly, and his cheeks trembled slightly. Ricky snorted softly, as if he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand at Steak. You can go now. A few mercenaries came forward on their own accord and surrounded Steak from 3 sides. But in the next second, Steak raised his head swiftly. Wait a minute. Steak seemed to have figured something out. At that moment, there was an inexplicable hint of hesitation and struggle on his face. I have a rough idea of what you think of the Lord of Shadows, but this... Ricky shook his head and did not even look at him. I said you can go now. Masked Man snorted in disdain, while Klein continued to pay attention to his dark light. The mercenary Sean came forward. You heard what he said, Worm. Sean looked at Steak coldly. Are you going to help yourself, or do you want us to help you? Even though he said that, he did not have the slightest intention of letting Steak help himself. 2 sturdy mercenaries reached out and grabbed Steak's shoulders, intending to drag him out. At that moment, an inexplicable hint of determination appeared on Steak's face. He raised his head abruptly and looked over the mercenary's shoulders at Ricky, who was unmoved. What if this has nothing to do with Tongue? These words made Ricky move slightly. What if this is not some *T cooperation, but just a deal between you and me, and Steak and Crassus? These words made Ricky turn his head around. What? As he asked the question, the mercenary's grip on Steak lessened. Ricky narrowed his eyes, as if he was meeting Steak for the first time. What do you mean? Steak broke free from the mercenary's grip, and regardless of how disheveled he looked, he struggled forward. As I said, what happened today, whether it is the kidnapping of the prince or the cooperation between us, has nothing to do with Tongue. Steak gritted his teeth, and his expression was resolute. Master of Shadows, no. Tongue doesn't know what happened here at all. When he said this, Klein widened his eyes in shock. Masked Man even let out a soft gasp of surprise. Only Ricky did not move. But his tone changed. I have to say, you captured my interest, the leader of the disaster swords said slowly. What happened to Tongue? In the suffocating silence, Steak showed a forlorn smile and shook his head in resignation and regret. Tongue is done. Ricky's eyes shone brightly. His body unconsciously leaned forward. Say that again. Klein and Masked Man exchanged a surprised look. Thales originally had a headache over his future, and was not interested in the grudges between these mysterious organizations. Until Steak's next sentence. 6 years ago, on that day, Steak turned his head around abruptly and stared at Klein with slight excitement. You know, Klein, you and I were in Dragoncloud City at that time. On that day when the Great Dragon and the calamities descended, we witnessed the upheaval that shook the Western Peninsula. Thales felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. Even Quick Rope did not move. On that same day, when everyone's eyes were focused on King Nuvin's death and the ownership of the Dragon Scale Crown, many things that the world does not know happened in the dark side of Dragoncloud City, Steak said angrily. The lights flickered, and the tavern became quieter. Ricky nodded. His gaze was focused. Continue. Steak snorted coldly and glanced at the mercenaries around him. He looked at their various expressions before he said coldly, on that day, Tongue lost to the Black Prophet. That day, whether it was intelligence interception or direct confrontation, Tongue lost to the Black Prophet. All of Shadow Shield's channels in Dragoncloud City have been destroyed. Even something as important as assassinating King Nuvan has gone awry. Leespan and the Archdukes knew about the existence of the conspiracy a long time ago. The remaining forces in Dragoncloud City even escaped the siege of Black Sand region with the secret help of the Secret Intelligence Department and regrouped. We who are in Dragoncloud City are practically blind. We can't even spare manpower to chase after the Walton family's granddaughter or capture the Prince of Constellation. Lampard was even forced into a corner and could only put himself in danger. None of the backup plans we left behind for the Archdukes to force them to obey Lampard and frame Constellation. Our plans in the Northland through Lampard have almost all failed. The mercenaries started to whisper among themselves. Thales frowned and ignored the shocked expression Quickrope sent him. The disaster swords frowned together. What? Based on what Stake said that night? That early morning? Dragon blood. What happened that day? Ricky did not react. He stared at Stake coldly and waited for his next words. That's not all. Stake's eyes were as cold as ice. That day, the Secret Intelligence Department found him. Tongue was ambushed in Dragoncloud City. The Secret Intelligence Department caught him red-handed, Stake said coldly. There was an indescribable emotion in his voice. They gave Ting a fatal blow that severely injured him and left him on the verge of death. At that moment, the three disaster swords trembled. That man's forces, including the trusted aides of the Far Easterners who followed him since Mane of Night, suffered heavy losses. Ricky turned his head and looked at Klein. Klein shook his head to show that he did not know anything. Ricky frowned. There was suspicion in his eyes. In the face of his scrutinizing gaze, Stake laughed without being able to discern his emotions. Sometimes I even suspect that for the Black Prophet, the power struggle in Extet was just something he did along with the situation. He smiled wanly and said tiredly, that night Shadow Shield, especially Tongue himself, was the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department's first target. Chapter 402. In the tavern while everyone sucked in breaths, Ricky said slowly, What secret? What secret? Thales stared at Stake, unable to shift his gaze away. His curiosity and bewilderment towards that night won over the uneasiness and fear in his heart. Stake did not answer immediately. The man from Shadow Shield looked around. When he saw that everyone was attracted by this topic, he bowed in satisfaction and smiled. That is why I came here today. He slowly raised his head, and a pair of eyes that had instantly become sharp appeared under his eyebrows. Ever since we crossed the sea, Tongue has shown extraordinary enthusiasm towards the Jade Star royal family. I guess it's because of his past identity. But during the Bloody Year, he took on a business deal that left no room for retreat and destroyed the Jade Star royal family? That's too much. Beside Ricky, the masked man snorted coldly. Bloody Year. When he heard the keyword, Thales' eyelids twitched for no reason. There must be a reason. There must be a reason why he's so obsessed with Jade Star. Stake straightened his back and responded to the people with different expressions with an indifferent gaze. 6 years ago, as the person in charge of us in Northland, I issued an order. If there's a chance, assassinate the second Prince of Constellation who came to visit. Quickrope poked Thales in the dark. Thales lowered his eyelashes and pretended not to see the reproachful look that Quickrope sent him. Why is it you again? Stake continued speaking, attracting everyone's attention. But in the end, this order was stopped by Tongue. He even acted out of character and took the risk to show himself, just to prevent his subordinates from doing anything rash. He wanted the prince alive. For this, he even sent me to negotiate with the Archduke of Black Sand region. Ricky frowned and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. 18 years ago, he almost madly assassinated a member of the royal family, and now, he's doing his best to ensure the prince's survival. Stake showed a mysterious expression. The change in Tongue's attitude before and after can only mean one thing. He raised a finger, and his tone became serious. That prince's existence must mean something. Thales could feel his fingernails clenching his palms tightly. The mercenaries started to whisper amongst themselves. Steak did not care. He only stared at Ricky, who had the highest status. If I take him down, I can find out Tung's secret, find out why he is so interested in the Jade Star royal family, and find out the truth behind why he madly accepted that huge business deal during the bloody year. What do you mean? Do you want to uncover this secret with us? The commotion among the mercenaries grew louder. Thales could even hear Marina gritting her teeth behind him. The Northland swordsman, Klein, leaned over and whispered something into the masked man's ear, but the masked man only shook his head gently. Until Ricky raised a hand expressionlessly, silencing the whispers around him. Where is Tung? The leader of the mercenaries did not harp on the so-called secret thrown out by the other party. How is he now? When they returned to this topic, Steak's face seemed to be covered by a haze. He and Ricky stared at each other quietly, but the latter's calm expression revealed his attitude and focus. Steak could only sigh slightly. I don't know if he's alive or dead. The three leaders of the disaster swords frowned at the same time. But I can tell you that his situation is bad, very bad. Steak clasped his hands together and quickly took over the conversation. Since then, Tung has not appeared in the organization for a whole 6 years. Even I rarely receive his orders, even if I do, he said solemnly. Including me, more than one person in the organization has begun to doubt the Shadow Master's current situation. When he heard Steak's words, Ricky sucked in a soft breath. So, Disaster Swords Crassus showed a strange expression. Shadow Shield is now a headless viper. The masked swordsman added in annoyance. This makes them even more dangerous. You never know where their venom will splatter. Klein snorted softly. Steak could only respond with an awkward smile. Then what are you doing here? Ricky shook his head. Uncover his secret and inherit his unfinished mission? Steak's smile slowly disappeared. Needless to say, after Tung's disappearance, Shadow Shield is at a critical turning point. Steak coughed. As I said, taking down the prince is the key to solving the puzzle. It is a summation of Tung's actions over the past decade. Masked Man snorted softly. It sounds like you are very dissatisfied with your master? Dissatisfied? Steak's expression first changed, then he shook his head resolutely. No, I came here to save Shadow Shield, who has nowhere else to go, from despair and trouble. We can't continue like this. Shadow Shield needs to be motivated, needs to rise again, needs new stimulation. Masked Man interrupted him again. Or a new leader. I guess that's what you want to say? Steak's words were instantly stuck in his throat. It's been 20 years since Tung came to the Western Peninsula, right? Masked Man said coldly, as if he knew a lot of things. He's been Shadow Master for 20 years. Based on Shadow Shield's excellent tradition of changing leaders, his reign is indeed a little too long. Steak's expression turned cold. You don't have to hint like that. I revealed these secrets to all of you because I wanted to win your trust, Steak said coldly. I wanted to prove to all of you that Shadow Shield, or at least the Part 1 lead, is no longer the same as it was during Tung Sheng's time, and we should not bear the treatment and stigma of that time. When he said this, Masked Man snorted and shook his head, while Klein chuckled. Unexpectedly, Marina was the one who took over Steak's words. Ridiculous. The woman in red had a hateful tone. What kind of stigma do you think we can give to a bunch of stinky rats in the sewers? When he heard this retort, Steak frowned and looked at Ricky, but found that the other party did not seem to be unhappy that their conversation was interrupted. He could only sigh and turn to Marina. I'm not speaking carelessly. Under Marina's hateful gaze, Steak said sadly, once upon a time, Shadow Shield was not a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Once, we also had noble and respectable ideals. The mercenaries looked at each other at a loss. Steak took a deep breath. 1,000 years ago, the final empire was rebuilt, and all the great powers were born. Those in power and those in high positions stirred up countless wars, tyranny, slavery, and oppression. The helpless people of the world experienced famine, death, pain, and torture again and again. Longing appeared in Steak's eyes. So, when they were forced to a dead end, this group of people came into being. They were born of humble origins, their names were despicable, and they were alone. But they stood up and took up their weapons. When they were weak, they used a small force to win against a large force. They risked their lives to attack in the shadows. They used the most primitive, simplest, but also the most powerless and clumsy method to assassinate tyrants, resist tyranny, and fight back against power. They stood in front of the tyranny of the rulers and the ruthlessness of the feudal lords, and let out the voices of the common people who suffered. That's rare. A hint of praise appeared in Ricky's eyes. Compared to those assassins who act blindly, at least you understand your organization's past. Thal's eyebrows twitched. This was the first time he heard Shadow Shield described from this angle. Stake bowed, then let out a long sigh. His gaze was unfocused. Once upon a time, we were the last hope of the poor, the vanguard of the insurgents, and the brave warriors of the rebellion army. With unimaginable methods and costs, we threatened, reminded, and warned the tyrants who were in high positions but oppressed the people. In the shadows cast by the rulers, there will always be a restless existence. It will always turn into the most steadfast and troublesome shield, protecting the people who are trampled under their feet and despised like ants. Ricky did not move. Klein and Masked Man responded with their expressions. The former was scornful, and the latter snorted angrily. But Stake's words were interrupted again. How can you be so shameless? How can you describe despicable and despicable things in such a noble manner? Last hope? Bah! Marina gritted her teeth and said, Scum! Do you know how many innocent people had their families destroyed because of you during the bloody year? Stake looked back at Marina with slight surprise. With a complicated expression, he said, I can't say that you are wrong, young lady. Stake lowered his head, sighed, and said, The truth is, after 1,000 years, Shadow Shield, who swore to fight to the death in despair, has fallen into this filthy state day after day as it drifted with the tide and had no choice but to make compromises. He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, as if he was indignant, You're only interested in profit, and you're muddle-headed and nauseating. The air in the tavern was quiet for a moment. Wow, a noble, pure Shadow Shield assassin who is free from vulgar interests. Klein shook his head and said sarcastically, How rare. Stake still clenched his fists, as if he did not see the other's gazes, did not hear Klein's sarcasm, and Marina's snort. Especially after Tung's arrival, our situation worsened, and our situation became even worse. His expression was tense, and his breathing quickened. 18 years ago, he bewitched us, contacted all parties, and launched an operation against the Jadestar royal family, starting from that great assassination that shocked the world. Thal's heart beat faster. My home tavern gave me too much information tonight. Stake raised his head abruptly and gritted his teeth. As the master of shadows, he never leaked the list of employers for that business deal to us, but tried his best to bewitch us into ignoring the risks behind it. Ting put it very nicely. Shadow Shield has had enough of appearing in the streets and alleys, accepting money from a few villagers, and finding barons and officials, rich or poor, to seek justice for the livestock that were stolen and killed in the village. He also said that we have a great responsibility, and we will go straight to the root of the problem. Stake looked around. His eyes were burning with anger, as if he wanted to find approval. He told us that Constellation would collapse with the help of a business deal that had never been done before. This represents the beginning of a new era. A great era with chaos and confusion as its roots. Horsewhips will crack, blood will spill, fields will burn, and fear will sprout. It will be a chaotic world that will allow us to shine, change our degeneration, and rise just like how we rose 1,000 years ago. The world will remember us again when it wakes up from its dreams, and it will need us again. Stake's words were vivid. Thales could even imagine Ting's tone at that time. But the list of employers. Thales noticed this word. Who were the people who wanted to see the Jadestar royal family destroyed during the bloody year? Stake exhaled. His expression and tone became gloomy at the same time. I have to say that he is very eloquent, and his methods are superb. He also has the power of a new ruler. Some people were bewitched, and some people had no choice but to obey him for the sake of their lives. Klein showed his contempt. I guess you want to say that you are one of those who had no choice but to obey him? Stake shook his head. That's not important anymore. What's important is the consequences of this matter. Let's see what Tongue and his crazy plan have brought us. Steak spread his hands and looked dejected. Chaos. Of course, the war during the Bloody Year was a mess. The civilians were not the only ones who suffered, but also assassins like us, and even mercenaries like you. If everyone could die under the blades of war, then what's the point of having assassins? During the days of war, if we can't even find a flat and quiet place to rest and recuperate, then how can we talk about buying people over and assassinating them? And that chaos didn't last long. At least, it didn't last until our golden era arrived. It ended. Steak's expression was one of struggle, as if he was going through hell. For a whole 18 years, Tongue made enemies for us everywhere. Shadow Shield not only hid in Constellation, and had no place to hide. Even in the world outside Constellation, he had to face the relentless pursuit of the Secret Intelligence Department or their allies. You can't imagine how we lived in the past. Everything was terrible. Steak's gaze was cold. That was a business deal with no winner. Fails felt a chill in his heart. If you insist on saying that there was, after the disaster, Constellation did not suffer a crushing defeat. It did not usher in the golden era of assassins and Shadow Shield. On the contrary, they rose from the ruins. The new king was even more ruthless than before, and the power of the throne was unprecedented. The opportunity we once hoped for with all our hearts and relied on for a living. The endless feuds between nobles and chaotic battles between vassals slowly disappeared under the new king's iron fist. It was nowhere to be found. The chaotic future promised by Constellation's decline did not come. Instead, it was getting further and further away. It's funny when I say it, but sometimes our subordinates even suspect that Tongue, who initiated the assassination, is actually a spy for Constellation? Steak said the last part with a bitter tone, as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. It made people frown. Ricky and the others exchanged glances. Did you just ask me that I was dissatisfied with Tongue? Steak shook his head violently. Hatred flashed in his eyes. No, the word you chose is too simple. It is not enough to describe how we feel about Tongue. Tongue brought this to Shadow Shield over the past 20 years. It was a disaster. The tavern fell silent again. Only Thales was still immersed in his own thoughts. What kind of person is he? You said that 6 years ago, Tongue risked his life to appear in Dragon Cloud City, ran into an ambush, and was on his last breath? Ricky's voice rose, bringing Thales back to reality. Steak nodded politely. Yes. Ricky stroked his chin. His eyes were clear as he chuckled. Let's not talk about whether your words are trustworthy. How did someone as careful as Tongue get his tracks discovered in Dragon Cloud City, where you have been operating for a long time? Steak's expression stiffened. Ricky snorted. So either you are spouting nonsense, Steak, or... Ricky's smile turned cold. Now the person we are dealing with, Steak, is someone who was unwilling to submit to others, and killed his master out of anger. Ricky's eyes were still and cold. A traitor. The tavern returned to a suffocating and frightening silence. Everyone looked at Steak with a strange gaze. Damn it. Steak rubbed the sweat from his palms. This so-called Crassus. Ricky did not move. He waited for Steak's response. A few seconds passed. The latter sucked in a deep breath. Finally, at this moment, Steak no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, his face was cold, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. If you have never been loyal to someone or something, what betrayal is this? When he said this, both Klein and Masked Man looked at Steak with even fiercer gazes. But unexpectedly, Ricky smiled. You must be very afraid of him, right? The leader of the disaster sword said flatly, afraid of Tongue. Steak's body trembled. Regardless of whether you subconsciously imitate his speech and actions, or whether you deliberately show resentment and dissatisfaction, you cannot hide the fear you inadvertently reveal. Steak's breathing stopped for a moment. Ricky seemed to have grasped Steak's weakness. To you, he is like an insurmountable mountain, a boundless shadow, isn't he? The reason why you want to know his secrets so much is because you can't wait to surpass him, surpass Tongue. Steak gulped softly. His lips trembled, but he did not make a sound. He seemed to be struggling. It was as if all his eloquent arguments had lost their color at this moment. In the end, Ricky looked at him, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. Come. Ricky did not ask further. Instead, he leaned against the back of the chair and snapped his fingers. It's time to talk about our cooperation. Steak was startled, as if he did not expect Ricky to return to the main topic he wanted to talk about so easily. Then, Ricky clenched his fists, and there was a cold glare in his eyes. For the sake of possible cooperation, why don't you tell me something about the prince? Thales, who was listening by the side, froze. He tried his best to act as natural as possible. How did you find him? A few seconds later, Steak took a deep breath and smiled. A moment later, a man dressed in plain clothes was led into the tavern. The new guest was dressed in light clothes. He was travel-worn, and there was fatigue on his face after a long journey. But even when he faced the hostile swordsman in the tavern, he still maintained his bearing and pride. He walked in neither servile nor overbearing, and immediately found the person in the tavern who kept his word. Steak was all smiles. Let me introduce you. This is Baron LaSalle Weeder. As he said this, the new guest bowed slightly. Thales moved a little. He subconsciously felt that he had seen this man before. But Ricky frowned slightly. Baron? Klein's face was filled with suspicion. He said softly, Weeder. I remember this Northlander's noble surname. He seems to be a small vassal with a fief. It can't be any smaller. The new guest raised his body, revealing a weathered but solemn face. Remove the honorific. LaSalle nodded and said, My fief has long since been taken back, and my title has also been taken away. He kept a straight face. Now I am just LaSalle Weeder. You are too humble. On the other side, Steak raised his hand and happily added, At present, you are our most reliable source of information and partner, including our path of retreat. Ricky's face showed doubt. Partner? But the new guest, LaSalle, did not have any intention of exchanging pleasantries. He interrupted Steak directly. I have had enough of glib diplomatic words. LaSalle shook his head and spoke straightforwardly. So, I will go straight to the point. A few days ago, we received a piece of news. His face was solemn, and his voice was so deep that the others could not help but listen to him. An informant secretly found traces of Thales Jadestar in the desert. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Even Quickrope did not move. The informant has already followed the target, but because he is short on manpower and is in the enemy's territory, he has no choice but to ask us for help and arrange for their evacuation. LaSalle frowned and said, The deadline for the evacuation was last night. According to the plan, our informant will bring his prince captive to us. As Ricky listened to LaSalle's narration, the doubt on his face never disappeared. Thales, on the other hand, stared at the ground and did not move. But it is already midnight, and the informant has not responded. LaSalle exhaled and said sternly, Because of this, we have reason to believe that he has failed. This is why I came here today, broke the usual practice, and urgently asked for help from both of you. LaSalle looked at Steak, who had a smile on his face, and then at Ricky, who had an infuriating expression. The new guest gritted his teeth and said, Thales Jadestar may have escaped our control and obtained the official protection of the camp. We must strike like lightning and take back the target before the army returns to provide reinforcements. We are short on time, and the sooner, the better. Ricky and his companions exchanged glances with each other. Are there any clues? LaSalle nodded. Our informant is a mercenary. LaSalle looked around with a stern expression. The name he uses in the desert is Chapter 403. The entire tavern fell silent once more. Dean? Big Dean? Bald Dean? Ricky stroked his chin and said with sudden realization. The Dean in Dante's greatsword who is quick-witted, skilled, and has a bright future. LaSalle was silent, while Steak nodded in agreement. Your informant really hit it well. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. Dante's greatsword? Tampa frowned and scratched his chin. Ricky raised his eyebrows. Wait. That means, At that moment, the gazes of many mercenaries, including the tavern owner Tampa who was held hostage, followed Ricky and turned to the other side in unison. Their gazes gathered on Thales, who widened his eyes, and Quick Rope, who had a dumbfounded look on his face. What's going on? Thales thought in a daze as he became the center of attention again. Hey. Marina turned to Sean with a suspicious gaze and whispered, I remember that these two people are in Dante's greatsword. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves. Ricky stared at the two of them with great interest. He seemed to have understood something. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Thales could only show a subtle and awkward smile. You really came up with a good idea. Under everyone's gazes, Thales maintained his expression. Without moving his lips, he hissed at Quick Rope in dissatisfaction. Are you looking for a professional to deal with the corpse? He desperately controlled his gaze to avoid looking at the human-shaped sack by his feet. What do we do now? Beside Thales, the former Prince of Extet's face was also twitching. He put on an awkward expression, as if he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Calm down, calm down. Quick Rope wiped his sweat and put on a fawning smile at the fierce mercenaries around him. There will always be a way. The guests outside Blood Whistle noticed these small changes, but they obviously did not have the spare energy to care about these small matters among the mercenaries. LaSalle coughed. In short, that is our target. Even though we lost our initial clue, we still have reliable information from our informant. But at this moment, Ricky shifted his attention away from Thales and Quick Rope and raised his hand. Wait, this is Mr. LaSalle Weeder. The leader of the Disaster Sword said faintly. Following his voice, the lights in the tavern swayed slightly, bringing up the shadows of people. Ricky looked up and smiled. We haven't agreed to cooperate with you yet. LaSalle was stunned. The man, who had the air of a noble, put on a stern expression and looked at Stake. When you informed me, I thought you had convinced them? Stake spread his hands and put on a helpless smile. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. LaSalle's brows furrowed and relaxed, perfectly suppressing his dissatisfaction. We didn't reach any agreement, Mr. Weeder, Ricky said with a smile. In fact, we suddenly welcomed you uninvited guests on the eve of our operation. You wanted to cooperate with us. Even now, we are still very surprised. Clay snorted softly, echoing Ricky's words. The mercenaries around him pressed down on their weapons, looking displeased. Stake waved his hand at LaSalle. So you must be there in person. I alone am far from enough. When he saw the hostile expressions on the Disaster Sword's faces, LaSalle came to a realization. He understood the atmosphere of the scene. All right. He nodded and quickly sorted out his emotions. His taut face revealed a sense of competence. Thales found it strangely familiar. Blood Whistle, or should I say Disaster Swords? LaSalle raised a finger. I think we must come to a consensus. Ricky showed an interested expression and gestured for him to continue. You intend to rob the prison of bones. LaSalle looked around and raised a second finger. His expression was stern. And we aim to capture the Prince of Constellation. In Bladefang's camp, these two things cannot be done separately. Ricky narrowed his eyes slightly. If you invade the prison of bones tonight, LaSalle said solemnly, then in just a few hours the entire Bladefang's camp will be startled awake. Then, in just a few hours, all of Bladefang's camp will be alerted. Thousands of regular armed forces of the kingdom will flood this place like a tidal wave. They will bring with them cordons, search teams, patrols, and all the trouble you can imagine. After that, it will be impossible for my people to deal with the Prince of Constellation. LaSalle gestured at Stake, and the latter nodded humbly in agreement. Thales was even more puzzled about their relationship. LaSalle changed the topic. Similarly, if we kidnap the Prince of Constellation tonight, before dawn, the alarm in the camp will ring. Any suspicious forces, gatherings, and even mercenary groups will become the first targets of the Constellatiates. At that time, if you want to attack the prison of bones again, it will be even more difficult than ascending to heaven. The conclusion is very clear. We are like two people tied to the ends of a rope. If we don't exert our strength in one direction, if we do our own thing regardless of the consequences. LaSalle turned around. His words were full of force. That will just be two futile efforts. No one will get what they want. Ricky, Klein, and the others exchanged glances. They saw the wariness in each other's eyes. So everyone, do you understand why we came here uninvited and late at night? LaSalle ignored the weapons around him and said loudly. Do you also understand the need for us to work together? No one answered him. Only Steak patted his left wrist with his right hand and smiled in support. Ricky stared at the new guests with a solemn gaze. He did not speak for a long time. Then LaSalle coughed impatiently and urged him to speak. You are very eloquent. Ricky gestured with his chin and said faintly, You don't look like someone from Shadow Shield. Vida. Who are you? LaSalle immediately froze. He did not answer. But Masked Man beside Ricky spoke. I remember now. Masked Man cast a sidelong glance at LaSalle and snorted coldly. Klein, you just said that this man's surname seems to be from a small family in Dragon Cloud City? Klein snorted in response. Ricky turned to his companion. Masked Man said faintly, 6 years ago, King Nuvan appointed a rather virtuous low-level noble as Extet's envoy to Constellation. He entered Renaissance Palace to seek justice for Prince Mariah, who died in a foreign land. That envoy's name is the same as this man's. At this moment, LaSalle was slightly shocked. But he was not the only one who panicked. On the other side of the tavern, Thales hid his surprise in a low cough. Beside him, Quick Rope had an aggrieved expression that said, Why is it me again? Thales remembered now. Him, Thales Jadestar, and LaSalle Vida. It was indeed not the first time they met. So, Thales stared at LaSalle in a daze, then at Steak. Extet, Shadow Shield. The people who were here today were all his old friends from 6 years ago. And the only thing that could link the two of them together was King Nuvan and King Chapman entrusted you with an important task at the same time, but you failed. Tell me, Baron Vida. Masked Man said in disdain, For a Northlander, a failed and humiliating diplomatic mission must have troubled you a lot, right? LaSalle Vida's face instantly turned livid. Steak coughed and came out to calm his cheeks. Can we? But LaSalle interrupted him. I don't deny my failure. The former Extet envoy clenched his fists and said solemnly, That is indeed a stain in my life. His voice trembled slightly. And I have paid the price. I am no longer a baron. Masked Man snorted and shook his head. I'm guessing that Dragon Cloud City did not deprive you of your title for no reason. And Black Sand Region could not give you any more compensation. Masked Man walked slowly to LaSalle and looked down into his eyes. After all, no one likes a traitor who appears to be loyal to Dragon Cloud City on the surface, but secretly colludes with Black Sand Region. He said coldly. The moment he said this, LaSalle raised his head abruptly. The former envoy glared at Masked Man in anger. But Masked Man did not seem to notice. He continued to chuckle and said, So you can only come to a foreign country and be in charge of some shady affairs. LaSalle clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Ricky, Klein, and the others watched this scene with indifference. But Steak frowned by the side. A Shadow Shield assassin who betrayed the Shadow Master, and a Northland noble who betrayed the former king. Masked Man continued to mock him. Traitor and traitor. What a good combination. LaSalle snorted loudly. It's not up to you to judge me, mercenary. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Blood Whistle in the tavern. Based on what you said, LaSalle said angrily. Tonight, no matter which side we are on, we are all shameful traitors. At the end of the day, you are just traitors of the Tower of Eradication. Before his voice faded away. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk more than one sound of weapons being unsheathed rose at this moment. Marina already had both swords in her hands. Sean also gritted his teeth and pulled out his axe. More mercenaries took a step forward in unison and approached the insolent emissary with malicious intent. Murderous intent immediately filled the tavern. The uneasiness was so strong that Thales resisted the urge to reach for his weapon. Take it easy, everyone. Steak's voice rose among the murderous mercenaries. We are not here to fight. At the moment when swords were drawn, Ricky raised his right hand gently, as if he was used to it. He shook his hand gently. The mercenaries of Blood Whistle felt indignant, but they obediently withdrew their weapons and returned to their original positions. Their gazes on LaSalle became increasingly hostile. I understand now. A noble who no longer has his glory, but is indignant. He can only do some unimportant general affairs at the borders, Ricky said calmly. He wants to rely on a rare achievement to win back his master's trust. LaSalle inhaled softly, as if he was unwilling to admit this fact. So, LaSalle Weeder, you represent Chapman the First, Extet's kinslayer king. Ricky's tone was slightly solemn, and the content of his words caused quite a commotion among the mercenaries. They whispered to each other, and the shock on their faces was clear on their faces. Thales felt quick rope tremble beside him. Wait. Thales subconsciously felt that something was off. Something doesn't seem to match up. LaSalle is King Chapman's envoy, and his informant is Dean. Dean discovered Thales' tracks, so he informed LaSalle. And LaSalle noticed that something is wrong from Dean missing his appointment, so he wants to save the situation? That's not right. Something is definitely wrong. Ricky sized up LaSalle and said, Your king intends to draw us to his side? LaSalle raised his head and showed a faint hint of arrogance. If you can work with us, LaSalle said softly, and bring valuable spoils of war back to Extet together to prove that you are a force that can fight, His Majesty will definitely not be stingy with his rewards and rewards. Ricky raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But soon he, Klein, and Masked Man looked at each other and laughed. The mercenaries also sneered. As they laughed, LaSalle's expression became more and more tense. Finally, the disaster swords had enough of laughing. Stake, no wonder you have the confidence to play these tricks behind Tongue's back. Ricky shook his head and sighed. When did you and your Shadow Shield get together with that cold-blooded king who killed his own brother? When did they get together? Thales suddenly remembered the day 6 years ago, when he and Saroma saw the Archduke of Black Sand Region talking to Stake while they were in Lampard's carriage. LaSalle frowned hard, but Stake was grinning from ear to ear. He did not seem to be offended at all. As I said, I can not only provide you with a way to break out of prison. Stake raised his hands and turned around to greet everyone in the tavern, so that they could see his smile. I can also bring you a way to escape from the threat of Constellation. Perhaps it will also be your choice to rely on for protection in the future. From then on, you will no longer need to hide, run for your lives, fear and worry. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves again. Ricky muttered and repeated, Rely on for protection? Stake nodded. By his side, LaSalle straightened his clothes solemnly. Once it is done, LaSalle said sternly, I promise you that you will definitely have a place under His Majesty's command. And with Extet's protection and support, you will not have to be afraid of Constellation's threats and revenge, no matter how big the trouble is. Ricky pondered for a moment. The prerequisite is that we must submit to him and become Chapman Lampard's watchdogs and shepherd dogs? He looked straight at Stake. His smile was still on his face, but there was an undisguised chill in his eyes. Tell me, Stake, what price did you sell yourself and Shadow Shield for? His words were blunt, and even someone as thick-skinned as Stake could not help but stiffen. But Stake quickly reacted. He coughed softly and rubbed his hands together. This has nothing to do with the price, but with the market and demand. Like the most professional businessman, Stake said with a smile. 18 years ago, Tongue claimed that he wanted to create a land suitable for Shadow Shield to survive, so he led the assassination that shocked the world. Masked Man snorted in disdain. Thales clenched his fists. Ever since he stepped on the path of becoming a prince, many signs had shown that the Jadestar royal family's assassination during the Bloody Year was strange, had far-reaching implications, and affected the fates of many people. And the source of that assassination was right in front of him. But Tongue was wrong. Stake said resolutely, The most suitable era for us assassins is not a chaotic world filled with starving people, and neither is it a peaceful age of wisdom. He raised his voice, and his expression was stern. It is an era where peace and conflict alternate, where opportunities and dangers coexist, and where employers and targets coexist. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. Everyone knows that we are assassins. We are warriors who take risks and face death with equanimity, Steak said calmly. And you are mercenaries, swordsmen who wield swords for others, or sellers of swords. It doesn't matter what you want to call yourselves. The mercenaries looked at each other at a loss. Assassins and mercenaries, apart from everything else, are both living with their specialties and working for other people. That is the only way to maintain their normal operations. But what do you think supports the survival of the two of us? Money, desire, hatred, enmity, ideals, future, hope, or love and justice? Steak's words caused many mercenaries to have strange expressions on their faces, but more of them began to think in silence. But Steak immediately turned around with large strides and said resolutely, "None of them. What truly supports our survival," he said in a callous tone, which was rare for him, "are the needs that call out to us." Steak's expression was stern as he said in a low voice, "It is power." He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it in the air. Power is the foundation of our survival, just like how war is to heroes, and bones are to famous generals. Ricky's expression became more and more solemn. Steak turned around, as if he wanted to convince everyone in the tavern. Those without power want to seize power and seize it, while those with power want to expand and centralize it. So they come to us. They either hire or bribe us, and we use methods that break the rules to fill the power vacuum, or consume too much power. And us. We are a group of vicious beasts that feed on power. We seek survival in the ambitions and grand plans of the rebels or rulers. Whether it is you or us, whether we are assassins or mercenaries, we are born to live in the cracks of power. Thales quietly listened to the Shadow Shield assassin's philosophy. Klein frowned, and Masked Man spat on the ground even more straightforwardly. Tung might be a madman. His arrogance and overestimation of his own abilities brought about his own doom in the end. Steak was unmoved. He continued, "But the initial intention he used to convince us was not wrong. We, Shadow Shield, need an era that is suitable for us to live in, so we should take the initiative to create it instead of waiting for the era to eliminate us. And what we really need is power to demand us. A power that is powerful but still needs us. This is what can guarantee our survival." Steak turned around again and faced the three disaster swords. There was an unusual fanaticism in his eyes. "That is why we need such power. A ruler who has a country, an army, land, and people at the same time to buy and hire our services and maintain our existence. But he cannot be too strong, so strong that he tries to control us and annex us, just like how Constellation controls the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But he cannot be too weak, so weak that he cannot support us or protect us, just like the pitiful vermilion tail guards of Enlenzo Dukedom." Steak put up a finger, twitched the corners of his mouth and nodded. "This is the secret that allows assassins and mercenaries to live forever." The assassin ended his speech, but the mercenaries looked at him suspiciously. "So this is the power you found for us? The Kinslayer King?" Ricky raised his eyebrows. Steak exhaled in resignation. "Thanks to Tung, Constellation is already our destined enemy. And Constellation is recovering and rising. This is really not good news for us. In this case, I guess that we don't have many choices left." Steak showed a mysterious smile, as if he had remembered something. "And I have to say, King Chapman is a very special king. Besides, Chapman the First fits our standards very well. He is strong and powerful. Not long ago, he completed the purge of Black Sand region, and became the suzerain of Extet. Secondly, Extet is in internal strife. Although he is at the peak of his power, he is also in trouble. The Archduke is eager to fight, the enemies outside are eyeing him covetously, and the disputes in his territory are difficult to settle. And King Chapman's ambition is unfortunately all-encompassing. He will need us." As Steak spoke, he exchanged a glance with LaSalle, who nodded. "Have you solved your doubts?" LaSalle asked faintly. "By the way, the premise of all the above is that we can live up to expectations and complete the mission today and seize back our target." But Ricky obviously had other opinions. "Power is the foundation of our livelihood." He rubbed his chin. "Interesting way of putting it. But you left out half of it, Steak." Steak raised his hand to show that he was all ears. LaSalle frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with the group's lack of cooperation. Ricky leaned forward and pointed his index finger at LaSalle. The Kinslayer King, or any other power, will slowly seize our throats when they develop step by step. And when they become completely powerful, they will not leave us with too many choices. His gaze slowly became focused. He will turn you into the secret room and the secret intelligence department who spread rumors, and turn us into the White Blade Guards and Royal Guards who guard the door and sweep the floor. If you are unwilling, Masked Man snorted angrily and crossed his arms. Also, once Chapman Lampard becomes so strong that he can ensure the stability of a region, the prosperity of a country, and the peace of an entire lifetime. Ricky sneered. It's just as you said, Steak, a peaceful and wise world is not suitable for assassins. Steak smiled but did not say anything. LaSalle did not move. So, what you want is not loyalty or attachment. Ricky's tone suddenly changed, and his tone was cold. You want to be a parasite. Steak's smile froze on his face. What you want is not attachment or belonging, but to live on King Chapman's body like a blood leech. While you serve him, you will use his power to strengthen yourself, and his shadow to protect yourself. Ricky went straight to the heart of the matter and went straight to the point. And when he becomes strong enough to escape your control, when the muddle-headedness and lifelessness of this world is about to be broken by the growth of power, it will be time to abandon him. You will use the sharp blades and claws he created for you to fight against him, secretly help his opponents, join his enemies, find your new host, and always make sure that you are in between the cracks of power. This time, even LaSalle's expression became very unpleasant. Just like that, you will live on, grow, move, become a parasite, and grow again. Repeat your cycle over and over again. Live with power, and live side by side with conflict. Wherever there is power, there will be Shadow Shield. Masked Man snorted softly to show his approval. Be careful, Baron Weeder, Ricky said coldly. When blood leeches suck too much blood, they will also suffer a backlash. His tone made Steak and LaSalle's expressions turn solemn. Ricky stared at LaSalle, who put his hands behind his back and furrowed his eyebrows. A few seconds later, Ricky spoke again. But Chapter 404. At that moment, Steak and LaSalle raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. They could not hide the surprise in their hearts. Didn't this guy just... But Ricky raised a finger again. But you have to understand that this is just a practical consideration. No matter which side completes their goal first, the other side will be in trouble. So, we can only work together. He quietly looked at Steak, then at LaSalle. Aside from this does not mean that we have boarded your pirate ship. Be it me or my brothers, the Scions outside the tower have their own creeds and objectives, and their own ways to survive. We do not believe in *T theories like relying on power. If Lampard or you think that you can use the grudge between us and Constellation to force us to take sides. Ricky's tone turned cold. Then you have made a mistake. Masked Man snorted and said, a huge mistake. The lights in the tavern swayed again. They illuminated Ricky's expression, making him look especially serious. Steak took a deep breath and smiled brightly. I guess this is considered happy working together. Ricky stared at him for a long time before he curled up the corners of his lips. That's right. In the next second, the mercenaries exhaled together and regained their energy. It was as if their leader's words had livened up the atmosphere. Then let's do it, Steak said with a beaming smile. We'll start with the prince. At that moment, Thales cursed in his heart. Shadow Shield, Disaster Sword, King Chapman. The three parties had formed an alliance. Their target was himself. This is not good. Especially when a certain person is sitting right under their noses. The heavens do not respond, and the earth does not respond. In the tavern, the three parties who were originally in conflict sat down again to discuss their plans. So, you want to find a prince who was originally in your hands, but has escaped your control again? Ricky sighed. Is it that difficult? LaSalle snorted angrily. Is it that difficult? The former Baron of Extet repeated sarcastically. Over the past 3 months, LaSalle clenched his fists in indignation. For that stupid prince, the secret room and the kingdom's secret intelligence department fought fiercely at the border, and there were many casualties. King Chapman's men suffered heavy casualties both inside and outside the country. They were dispirited and disheveled. From Dragon Cloud City, the city of faraway prayers, to the Great Desert, everything is in chaos. Even Shadow Shield suffered heavy losses. One of their strongholds in the desert was destroyed by the orcs who appeared out of nowhere. When Stake heard this, he smiled bitterly. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Over the past 3 months, Russell crossed his arms and asked maliciously, "Now do you still think it's that difficult?" Ricky snorted and looked at Klein and Masked Man. "What we want is the prison of bones, or rather, the people imprisoned there," Masked Man said calmly. "In terms of time, it's estimated that we will activate at dawn. Our people will enter the prison with my home's supply truck." The tavern owner, Tampa, put his head on the table with a long face. "Very good, let's see what we can do." Stake scratched his chin and said, "No." On the other side, LaSalle flatly rejected the plan. "We haven't found that prince, Thales Jadestar. Once you attack the prison of bones, you will alarm the camp." Thales groaned in his heart, but he had to pull himself together and listen carefully to their discussion, trying to find an opportunity. "You must delay the operation for 1 or 2 days," LaSalle said through gritted teeth. "Until we find the prince's whereabouts, we must plan carefully, and it will be best if we work together and take action one after another." But Klein shook his head on the disaster sword side. "Impossible," Klein said in a tone that allowed no room for refusal. "We are already on the move, and we must depart at dawn, unless we can still force this boss to operate for another day as if nothing has happened." Tampa shuddered and quickly said, "I have no problem interrupting. I can definitely put on a good show, as long as you let." But LaSalle interrupted him. "Prince Thales must be sent to Black Sand region, or else there's nothing to talk about." He was very firm in the face of this. Klein wanted to speak again, but Stake spoke. "Everyone, if we want to work together, then we must understand each other." The representative of Shadow Shield tried to persuade the people on both sides in a friendly tone. "There's still some time before dawn. I think we will soon have news about the prince." Ricky's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Stake flashed a cunning smile. "We have a mole. If Bladefang's camp finds out about the prince's whereabouts, we will also know immediately." "A mole?" Ricky frowned. "You'd better be more detailed. We don't want to bet such a big operation on an unclear promise." Stake exhaled and looked at the mercenaries around the tavern. But Ricky did not have any intention of evacuating his subordinates. In the end, Stake could only raise his eyebrows. With a mysterious gaze, he lowered his voice and revealed the secret. "We have eyes and ears inside Williams's freak squad." When he said this, the people around him were stunned. Even Thales was shocked. "The group of psionic freaks who came out of the prison of bones?" Masked Man's tone was full of doubt. "Are those scums reliable?" Stake shrugged. "Of course they are. Our mole is one of William's most trusted captains. There's no problem with our information channel." Ricky raised his eyebrows. "William's people can ensure his loyalty?" Stake took 2 steps forward and revealed a cold smile. "In truth, we don't need his loyalty, because he still needs to rely on us to get a windfall and treat his wife and daughter's hereditary terminal illness. We only need his loyalty to his family." "You're using this to threaten him?" LaSalle frowned and said, "Once he gets out of our control." Stake stretched out a finger and waved it in the air. "Of course it's not just this," Stake said coldly. "You know, we have to secretly poison his wife and daughter on a regular basis. It costs a lot of money." The meaning behind his words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. "Despicable," Masked Man commented in disdain. Stake bowed. "Thank you," he said without shame. "This is a compliment to us." Thales sighed in his heart. "They told us everything from the plan to the details of the operation without holding anything back. This means that they're not going to let innocent people like us leave." Thales glanced at Quickrope, who had an innocent look on his face, and shook his head. Perhaps they're not that innocent. Ricky coughed to attract everyone's attention. So, you're relying on this to wait for news from the prince? Steak blinked. Ricky looked at him and smiled. How about this, we have another mole. Steak's eyes lit up. Oh, more reliable than yours. Ricky looked at masked man beside him. A constellatiate noble, a rising star under the Count of Wingfort. He's good at fighting, leads troops alone, and is deeply trusted. Steak's expression changed. Wow, a new noble. He took a deep breath and could not hide his excitement. After the bloody year. That's something we can't get. But Steak immediately asked cautiously, forgive me for offending you, but if he's a constellatiate, then his reliability and loyalty. This time, Marina stood up. She glanced at Steak with her usual disdainful gaze. There's no need to doubt his loyalty. Steak snorted coldly and said, that's not necessarily true. I just told you our secret. And do you also need to? But before he could finish, Marina interrupted him angrily. No need. The woman in red who wielded two swords gritted her teeth and said, he's my fiancé, or at least he used to be. Steak's eyes widened. Even Thales was shocked. Wait. Fiancé. If Marina is the fiancé of a constellatiate noble, then that means. But before he could think about it carefully, masked man spoke in a cold voice. Is this enough? Love and engagement. This is far more reliable than the despicable methods you use to control people's hearts. Steak seemed to have understood something, and he nodded. May I ask for your name? Marina froze for a moment. She looked at Ricky. You have nothing to hide from your past, good girl. Ricky nodded at her and flashed a kind smile. You have obtained a new life, and you only live for yourself. Marina seemed to have gained some strength from his words. She took a deep breath, turned around, and puffed out her chest. I am Marina. At this moment, the woman in red exuded an unfamiliar solemn air. Marina Norfolk. Thales frowned. He was unfamiliar with this family name. But the others were different. Wait, Norfolk, this family name. Steak frowned and remembered something. He did not have to be confused for too long. 18 years ago, you despicably assassinated the Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar, in Zodra. Marina trembled. She tightened her grip on her swords, stared at the shadow shield assassin in front of her, and coldly told the truth. Then you framed his personal guard, my uncle Cyber Norfolk. John Jadestar. Thales shuddered slightly. That's Starlight, god of war. The people related to him, the fortress flower and the veteran Janet, appeared before his eyes. Steak stared at the woman in red in disbelief. Because of this crime of treason, my grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, brother, almost everyone in the Norfolk family was executed by the newly crowned Kessel V in that year. Marina's voice trembled. But she immediately clenched her teeth, and with unimaginable tenacity, she said the following words, except for me. The last of Norfolk. The tavern was silent for a moment. With an indescribable expression, Steak nodded. Now I know why you are so angry with me. Sean patted Marina's shoulder and pulled her to the side, who was trembling. Steak fell silent. LaSalle looked at them, and was also speechless. For a period of time, only the breathing of the mercenaries could be heard in the tavern. Ricky sighed. Very good. So, now we have 2 moles. I will immediately give the order. He waved his hand. Masked man immediately nodded. But before that, Ricky changed the topic. His gaze followed the change in his tone. Speaking of which, what a coincidence. In the next second, Ricky's gaze turned gloomy. He shifted everyone's attention to the 2 guests who had not spoken for a long time. The 2 Dante's greatsword, over there, have been listening for a long time. They should have some reaction by now, right? At that moment, Thales shuddered. Quick Rope also froze. Dante's greatsword. It's over. He still remembers. In the tavern, Steak sized them up with a furtive glance. LaSalle scrutinized the 2 mercilessly with a frown. Klein's observation was meticulous and cautious. Masked man's eyes shone with a faint, cold light, causing Thales to shudder. The 2 princes knew that their good luck was over. From this moment onwards, the 2 of them could no longer pretend to be dead. So they straightened their backs stiffly, and bit by bit, inch by inch, they slowly turned to Ricky. It was as if there were rusty old gears in their bodies. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking, but that you're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.